Again, welcome everybody to the first Connecticut Section AWWA Sustainability Workshop. My name is Dave Kosminski. I'm the co-chair. My other partner in crime over here is Ms. Lori Matthews, and so forth. But we have a star-studded panel of speakers today, and it's putting the Sustainability Committee, just to give you just a little quick background, the Sustainability Committee kind of morphed from the Conservation Committee, which Mary Ann was chairman of back in the early 90s, and that I took over in her spot when she left to go west, and I'm still here. Okay, and we certainly do appreciate her coming all the way from California to be here. But anyway, the Sustainability Committee morphed from the Conservation Committee, and then the Website Committee, and the Technology Committee, so here we are. And if I may, I'd like to acknowledge all of the members of our Sustainability Committee. If you're in the audience, please stand up. Okay, we have some great folks. I know Jessica Demur from Janice Illemeyer from the Lower River COG, Eric Fern, Dave Radka, who's been attending, Betsy Guerra has been attending, as well as Amy Vickers has been coming down from Boston quite frequently, and if she can't come in person, she always calls in by phone, as well as with Mary Ann. Mr. Jeff Ehrlich, Mr. Dave Knopf, Don Mitchell, okay. We have Miss Mary Dickinson from our town of Portland. We have many members, okay, that have made this all happen. Dave Radka, Professor Radka's here too, someplace. Anyway, there he is. Okay, so again, it's been a concerted effort, and I think we're, starting to do some good things. But would also like to mention all of the organizations that we have kind of brought into the tent. Obviously, Connecticut Section AWWA, we've CWWA, CCM, which is the Connecticut Council of Municipalities, as well as COST, and the Lower River Council of Governments, and don't you know, I didn't put my phone on vibrate, so. And also the Department of Public Health, DEEP, the Connecticut Irrigation Association is also with us, as well as Mrs. Jessica LeClaire from Sustainable Connecticut. So there's been a huge buy-in from a lot of organizations to make this all happen, and again, to address issues that are relevant to every one of us. As far as that goes. To kick things off, I'd like to start off with introducing Mr. Jack Bukowski, and Jack attended one of our meetings, and he is on board. And just a brief bio on Jack. Jack is actually the Vice Chairman of Connecticut's Public Utility Regulatory Authority, aka PURA, and Mr. Bukowski has served on the Connecticut's Utility Regulatory Authority since 1997. And he was elected vice chairman of that body in 2007. And when PURA was established on July 1st, 2011 as the state's new regulatory authority, Bukowski was elected as vice chairman of the new authority. And prior to being appointed, Bukowski served as a member of the Connecticut's General Assembly. As you can see, he's been around, okay, and this is not his first rodeo. And he is also the president of the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners, and currently chairman of the Connecticut Water Planning Council. And again, that was one of the driving forces of making this all happen, and how a lot of the issues that we're addressing in the state water plan all affects us. So without any further ado, give it up for Mr. Jack Bukowski. Thank you, Jack.
Thank you very much, David. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. I was saying to some people, the last time I was here, I moonlighted as a justice of the peace. So I did a wedding right out there at the end of that lawn, which was a beautiful venue for a wedding. It's also beautiful, the fact that we talk about water and along the beautiful Connecticut River. It's great to be here with all of you this morning to discuss these important topics. As Dave indicated, I am chairman of the Water Planning Council, and I do want to introduce my colleagues on the council with us this morning. You'll hear from, give a waiver, stand up, Lori Matthew, who is on the council. She'll be hearing from Lori right after me. Dave Califa from the Office of Policy Management, and Betsy Wingfield from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, my colleagues on the council that have worked very closely with us and the stakeholders over the council, as we know, has been around since 2001. And the fact that in 2018 we actually have a water plan that's been put together, the first in the history of the state of Connecticut, is something I never thought would happen, but it did happen. And part of the reason it happened was because of the people on the council and all the wonderful stakeholders, many in this room, that really made this happen. What we're going to be doing with the Water Planning Council, we're going to be highlighting the work, and we're going to be looking at the conservation and efficiencies within the state's drought plan as we move forward. You're going to hear from Lori a little bit later on about how we're going to implement the plan and things that we're going to do. Like everything we always talk about, people do, you heard the introduction, I'm a utility regulator, so we have electric and we have telecommunications and we have cable and we have gas, and water isn't as sexy as everything else. But the fact is, as we hear a million times, you cannot live without water. And we have done everything, I certainly have, to bring that to the forefront. My theme as national president is Power Together, the Water Energy Nexus, which was the first time that type of theme was involved with the national regulatory body. So I feel very, very passionate about water, and I know all of you do too. So it's great to be here to welcome you to this and to unite stakeholders from different areas to examine innovative strategies and programs for effective rate making and water conservation, as well as to focus on workforce sustainability. And at the end of the day, 2 roundtables to focus on this very subject will be taking place in terms of water conservation. As Dave was introducing people in the Connecticut section AWWA Sustainability Committee, I was really impressed with the broad representation, all levels of interest in moving forward, representatives from the COGS and local health agencies, irrigation, costs, Connecticut Council municipalities, and state agencies. A real cooperative effort, so that's how it's going to happen. That's how we're going to really make a difference with everybody working together. This summer, as Dave indicated, he invited me to attend the Connecticut Section Sustainability Committee meeting, and I was impressed with the work and discussions and the involvement of the 2 national experts we're going to hear from later on this morning, Amy Vickers and Mary Ann Dickerson. We're really lucky to have them here with us today. So as we move along today's agenda, we're going to hear right after me from Lori Matthew, then with Amy Vickers of Vickers and Associates, and then Mary Ann Dickerson from the CEO Alliance for Water Efficiency, and talk about conservation programs and looking something that certainly I look at as a rate regulator, how we can modify and look at rates for long-term efforts, how to manage during drought. Jeff Ulrich of Aquarian Water Company to highlight Aquarian's work to institute a 2-day per week water restriction. And I have to give a shout out to Aquarian Water Company. About 1.5 years, 2 years ago, we had a real serious problem with drought in southwest Connecticut. And Aquarian really stepped up to the plate to work with the state agencies. DEEP was part of that, DPH was part of that, we were part of that, OPM, all the local health officials, all the local CEOs and mayors of the towns to really deal with that problem. And they did a phenomenal job with that, so I want to give hats off to them. Dave Kosminski of the town of Portland, our leader here this morning, who is just doing a wonderful job, and is going to talk about development of water and people high school program along with the water boot camp component. Scott Jillison's going to be here from the CEO of MDC with Ray Barrow, who's the vice president of AWWA and MDC, to highlight the MDC's Learn and Earn Workforce Development Initiative. Ted Norris, the Regional Water Authority, is going to be here to talk. These are all wonderful programs to talk about the summer, RWA Summer Boot Camp program, a BS degree that is going to be offered at Gateway and Southern Connecticut State University. Larry Bingaman, who is the CEO of Regional Water Authority, has been very, very involved in getting these programs going. And kudos to he and RWA for making that happen. And finally, I'm going to end with 2 roundtable discussions to focus on water conservation efforts and unique needs of town and drought, as well as a review and discussion of national trends and observations. So without further ado, to talk about the state water plan, is going to be Lori Matthew, who's going to give an overview of it. And again, I can't tell you how proud it is. It's 600 pages plus. A plan to come to consensus on this plan has been nothing short of a miracle. We still have a little ways to go. It hasn't been approved by the legislature to go yet, but I am optimistic that that's going to happen this session. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you, Jack. I appreciate your comments, and more importantly, appreciate you being here and being part of this great event and so forth. Our next speaker, obviously, is known to, I think, everybody here, Ms. Lori Matthew, who is the Connecticut State Public Drinking Water Administrator, serving the Public Health Section Chief of the Connecticut Department of Public Health Drinking Water Section. And the Drinking Water Section is responsible for the primacy of all of the Federal Safe Drinking Water Act and a variety of state statutes that oversee the purity, adequacy of Connecticut's 2,550 utilities. Public utilities. And Lori has worked with the department's drinking water section in a variety of units and programs, and Lori currently serves as the DPH appointed representative of that Water Planning Council, and served as New England Region 1 board member of the Association of Drinking Water Administrators, and represents DPH in a variety of drinking water related committees, and serves as the chair of her town's Inland Wetlands Committee. So without further ado, Ms. Lori Matthew.
Thank you, Dave, and thank you, Jack. I really appreciate being here and this beautiful location, as Jack mentioned. You just couldn't find a better place. I've never been here before. It really is amazing location, and with an amazing amount of people here, and a very, I think somebody said, very diverse. Where's Romana? Romana from the Connecticut section. Say hi. You know, her and I were speaking about this venue, and the venue, along with the people, are really making this such a success. So thank you to Connecticut section and to Dave. I can't say enough about that man walking in the back of the room. I mean, he is amazing. He was here at, 6:30, setting this all up. I'm just, without him, this wouldn't be as successful. You run a great committee, and I'm so happy and pleased to be working with you on this. So why don't I want to just get through my slides, because I really want to hear from Amy and Marianne. We have, if you don't know who these people are, get to know them. They are nationally known, internationally known experts in water efficiency and water conservation. And so I need to speak a little bit about the state water plan and give you my presentation. Let's get started. Betsy Wingfield in the back, and I think we presented together maybe over 10 or 12 times in the fall of 17 on the state water plan when it was draft and we were going out for public comment. So during that time, I think I have this presentation embedded in my head and in my brain, right? Because Betsy and I spent a lot of time going to Council of Governments and talking to chief elected officials and Council of Government executive directors, and so did Jack and I. Went to a memorable meeting at CCM with lots of really good questions, which was wonderful, because in Connecticut, home rule rules, right? So towns, 169 towns, are important to work with. We don't have county government. So it's important to get to know the towns and the needs of the towns. I think through the Council of Governments is going to be more and more important as we move forward. So let me stop my babbling and let's get started on the presentation about the state water plan. So there we are, all four of us together in one place. And I think Nick Neely would be very upset or nervous that we're holding a water planning council meeting, but we're not going to talk to each other. But there we are, about the water plan anyway. So there we are, and those are the four agencies, as Jack mentioned. The Water Planning Council has been around since 2001. It's in state law. It was created years ago to work for the agencies to work together on water. And as Jack mentioned, we finally have a Connecticut State Water Plan. It's wonderful. And it's brought to you not only by the Water Planning Council members and the agencies, but also the stakeholders. There's quite the group that was involved in pulling together the state water plan. There was a steering committee, a policy and science technical committees. There was an advisory group that's under legislation as well. So we had numerous stakeholders, and you can see all the different groups from businesses, environmental, watershed groups, agriculture, public health, recreation, elected officials, academics, interested people, Justin Jenner from Energy, Council of Governments and Wastewater. And we had a consultant. We were given $1 million, and we were given essentially 1 year to get it moving forward. And we hired, through NUEPIC, CDM Smith and Mylona McBroom. So it's obvious to us, we all work in water, so it's obvious to us that we need a state water plan that guides the policy, guides the laws, guides us in changing what we need to change for the future and recognizing the needs and the impacts and the challenges that we have. So water obviously is our most, for all of us, is our most important natural resource. And balancing all the needs became very important to everyone. Everyone in the room said, well, we don't want our streams and rivers to be drying up, but we also want to make sure that we have sufficient water. And how do we do that? Protecting and preserving the state's drinking water supply has always been and continues to be supported by the group of stakeholders. We were in the middle of a drought, which became quite the challenge, as Jack mentioned, and for Aquarian and a number of utilities that had concerns and issues and real issues. We were in the middle of developing a state water plan, but also in the middle of a drought. And climate change, yes, I can say climate change, but there are others maybe that can't say it and express it in the way that they'd like. But yes, as you see the impact of storms and extreme weather events, climate change is real and needs to be addressed. Environmental impairments caused by registered diversions has come right up to the top. Time and time again, it's time to work and move forward on fixing and addressing the concerns there. And increasing peak day demands for lawn irrigation had become one thing that was recognized and needs to have further discussion. So we're not doing this without laws. So there's a public act in 2014 that gave us 17 simple issues to deal with that focus on science and other considerations and engagement as well as policy. And the engagement, it was very clear from the beginning that the Water Planning Council was not going to develop this on their own and then share it with the public for a quick 30-day public comment period. It was very clear that there was going to be stakeholders involved all the way along, and in considering all of their comments and balancing all of the needs. So the key highlights of the plan itself, as Jack mentioned, it's 650 pages. It's a quick read, right, Dave Murphy, right? You would say you can read it overnight if you want, just pick it up. And it's amazingly downloadable off of the Water Planning Council's webpage. If you just Google Water Planning Council, State of Connecticut, you'll find the webpage. You can click on it and it will download for you. If you want to read the whole thing, go ahead. Please do. If you don't want to do that, there's an easier 23-page executive summary, and then easier yet is a 2-page summary. All can be found on our webpage, but the key highlights of the state water plan is that it doesn't have all the answers. A lot of people come to me and say, well, you have all the answers now, right? You have a plan. That's not what a plan is for. This plan is a platform for consistent, informed decision making. And the one thing that my Commissioner Raul Pino, wanted me to make sure that I stressed was that maintaining the highest quality water for human consumption was going to be a priority for this plan, and a consideration, always a consideration. And so if anyone has worked with us, and some of you have, on finding new sources of supply, you know that we're not going to allow you to put a well in awful locations. That just doesn't happen. For the last 15 years, we have worked really hard on finding good, high-quality water, and that's not easy in our state. It's not cheap either. And so as development moves forward and time moves on, the sources that we have, the reservoirs that we have, the aquifer areas that we have are very important to maintain and protect. But while we're maintaining those high-quality sources, we have to balance all the needs. We can't allow streams to dry up. We have to pay attention to that. It's really very important to balance. And the plan, that's a key highlight in the plan. And why we're here today, the 4th item there on the list is very important to all of it, water conservation. I would add water efficiency. You're going to hear Marianne and Amy talk a lot about that and what that means. Water conservation can be a scary word if you're worried about reducing your reductions in demands and loss of revenue. So you'll hear more about that, which is wonderful. And maintaining scientific data. It is difficult because there's agencies that collect information between ourselves at Department of Health and DEEP. We have lots of databases. We have lots of information. Putting it all together and making it usable and understandable for people, that's what we need to do. And maintaining that information is important. But also, as I can tell you, it gets very expensive very quickly to maintain data systems. What have we learned? Well, the good news is we're not going to run out of water tomorrow. We have ample high-quality water for our needs, but the water is not always where it needs to be. You know, that seems to be our struggle consistently. We need to have wise and efficient use of our water, and climate change we need to review and address, and it's putting stress on our natural systems for sure, and we need to recognize and we need to meet the challenges. We need to first understand what the challenges are and identify them and work together to identify them. And now is the time. Now is the time. And I would say today we start a real effort on water conservation and water efficiency. Today starts that momentum toward implementation for water conservation and water efficiency. So what's in the final plan? So your work assignment is to go home tonight and read all 650 pages, right? So my staff who are in the room, and I see two of them, so Eric McPhee and Alex Tabatabi. So when I say something like that, they know that yes, you go home and you read the plan, right? So go home and read the plan. We want you to read it. So there's some wonderful things in that plan. There are white papers. There are 4 white papers in the plan. It discusses current policy, discusses future challenges and options. You should read them. It's one paper just discusses everything that we do with water between the 4 agencies. There's great technical information on water needs, climate change, and water conservation. And there's, for the very first time, as Jack mentioned, we have information in here that we've never seen before for the state of Connecticut. Between all agencies that deal with water, we have policies, we have pathway forward, we have implementation goals, and we have topics for future discussion. And I will say that we didn't, between the agencies and all the stakeholders, we didn't agree on everything. You know, you never agree on everything, right? So that's fine. And in Connecticut, I think one of the things is we love to disagree. We disagree just to disagree sometimes. But the conversations over a year and a half or so, or 2 years, when the plan was being put together, were so good. They need to happen. A lot of planning is having the right people in the room and having the right conversation. So this is one thing that Betsy does a much better job explaining than I ever will. And Denise is back there smiling, yeah, because she knows, right? So, all right. So every one of the 44 basins in Connecticut has a data sheet like this. This is one of our most favorite basins, the Quinnipiac Basin. And it shows that under average conditions, that's what the blue line is, right, the blue line here, average conditions, there's the water, the blue is water and basin. Essentially, in my simplified world, to me this means, all these numbers mean that it's over-allocated. Essentially, if you look at in-stream needs, you look at unused diversions and used diversions, and minimum stream flow, by the way, is, Betsy, is that the small little purple line? That little thing you can barely see, that's minimum stream flow needs. But the rest of it there is, this large purple, is in-stream needs. So as you can see, meeting all the needs and balancing all the needs, even under average conditions, is going to be difficult. And sometimes the Quinnipiac Basin is under a lot of stress. And so in July, you have the same conditions. You have a lot less water in basin, and you have a lot of needs. So for every one of the basins in Connecticut, this information exists, which is the first time I've ever seen all of this put together. So it's worth taking, you utilities that are out there, it's worth taking a look at this for the areas that you are in, for the basins that you have water supplies in. There's also great information on climate change and all of the evaluation that was done for, based upon history and then the projections out to 2080, monthly precipitation, temperature, stream flow. It's worth taking a look at. We need to start having the conversation about climate change. The top consensus-based policy recommendations, there are many. And I would say that at one of our last Water Planning Council meetings with David and Betsy, Jack and I, we came up with priorities. And the one priority is, let's look at these registrations and the registered diversions. Let's start focusing in on that, and Betsy and her team at DEEP is already moving forward with that, as well as and pulling together a team of utilities as well, and others. And then the other item is water conservation. You'll see this bullet here. I won't go through all of these, but developing a water conservation outreach strategy is really very important. And then we had all these other topics for further consideration, because there's plenty of other things to talk about, many, many things to talk about. Water conservation always came up to the top. Regionalization, interconnections came to the top. For me, in my work, aging infrastructure, these beautiful old pipes here from the 1800s that are in the ground need to be talked about. And these reservoirs that are at 24% capacity. My commissioner looked at me and said, "Lori, why did you let that happen?" Seriously, from the governor's office, no, we can't, what? This is not gonna happen in our state, why? And I had to explain that, and I was given 5 minutes to give an explanation. And the governor's office wanted an explanation as to why the plastic pipe was put along the Merritt Parkway. That's a serious conversation, right? When you're not really prepared for it, you don't know what to say. So we developed a plan and worked really hard to make sure this didn't happen again. And we can't let this happen again, because people rely upon all of us to make sure that those reservoirs don't look like that. They want to make sure there's sufficient supply. They just expect it, right? So we have to work hard to balance all of the needs to make sure water is being used wisely. And I would say the reservoir got this way because water was not being used wisely. So I just wanted to put this slide in because I wanted to make sure you all knew that we spent, between myself, Betsy, before David, as well as Garrett Euclidito and Dave Lavasser before him, and Jack's, but we spent an enormous amount of time on public engagement and stakeholder engagement between July and November of 2017. We held a public hearing at DEEP's headquarters in Hartford in October of 17. We had regional meetings. We had hosted by the state representatives Hampton, Mashinsky, Senator Kennedy, and Representative Steinberg, which were wonderful. And we got to a lot of people, got the information out to a lot of people, and actually we filmed a webinar, if anyone's interested in that, to talk about, and for all of us and all of our opinions. So there was a lot of engagement. We included, because of the comment period, we included new ideas, such as health equity. And that's a discussion that my commissioner wants me to have with all of you about what that means. So there's a lot more, harmonizing energy priorities. Water as I'm going to say it, public trust. It has to be said, it has to be discussed. What does that mean? What does that mean to everybody? It might mean something a little bit different to everybody, but there needs to be discussion moving forward. Climate change, agricultural and industrial water needs, those are all things that need to be discussed. So in April of 2018, there was a legislative hearing, which was quite interesting. It went on for hours. It was wonderful. We had lots of state representatives and senators very interested. We gave a wonderful presentation, I thought, and we answered an awful lot of questions. And Denise Rizika was there with myself and Jack and David, and we had a lot of really good questions. We didn't know what to expect. We thought maybe a few people would pay attention, but boy, there was a lot of attention paid that day, and we received a lot of questions. And so the State Water Plan right now is, let's move on. So there was an executive order following the the public hearing in April, there was an executive order signed by Governor Malloy, which basically told, because the state water plan did not achieve approval, which is fine at this point in time, there's still more discussion that needs to take place, or move forward with approval and then have further discussion. Whatever happens in the future happens. But we have a plan, and the governor wanted us to implement the plan. And so this executive order was signed by him, and there was a ceremony, I think back in June or May, I'm forgetting now, but it was very clear to us that he wanted us to prioritize, work with stakeholders, and implement, and get started. You know, don't wait to do anything else, do this now. So he was very direct and to the point, which is helpful to move things forward. And we have to, by December 1, we can't forget this, we have to resubmit the state water plan as is to the General Assembly for its review and approval. So just a little bit, as my time is winding down, the public health role in source water protection, my commissioner, Raul Pino, said that preservation, management, and use of water is critical to Connecticut's future, and that he's thanking the governor for championing this effort and moving it all forward, because without Governor Malloy, frankly, we wouldn't have what we have today. You know, his support, the effort. I was at a recent bill signing, and all he could speak about was how the importance of water. So it's wonderful to have that level of support. And prioritizing tasks to focus on public health and safety is really very important mission of my section, drinking water section, that we work on every single day, and protecting public health and drinking water supplies and preserving the supplies that we have is really important. So we are working on implementation, as I mentioned, and we have identified the state finishing and moving forward with the state drought plan. Water conservation and electronic reporting for diversions are the top 3 priorities at this point in time. So we're going to, the advisory group that we have is developing an implementation group to move things along and to work on implementation. So again, the key highlights, as my time is winding down, is that it's a platform. It doesn't have all the answers. Maintaining highest quality drinking water is really important. Balancing all the needs, and what we're here for today is water conservation and water efficiency. So I want to thank you. Is that perfect or what, right? My time is perfect. Told you I could do it. I want to thank you for listening, and I'll be around all day, and I look forward to the conversations, and I look forward very much to hearing from Amy and Marianne. So thank you, Dave.
When I was getting all of the presentations this week, and 60 slides, are you going to be able to get through that in 20 minutes? To keep speakers on task, I have a little timer over here, so rather than get the hook or sit in the audience and go like this, so we kind of took the high-tech version. But anyway, thank you, Lori. That was awesome. Also, ladies and gentlemen, from a standpoint of, I'd like to acknowledge our Town of Portland. We have most of the Board of Selectmen here. If the members of the Town of Portland Board of Selectmen would please stand. I know our first Selectwoman, Susan Bransfield. We have Jim Tripp and Lou Pear. And Ralph Zampano, thank you. We also have our Public Works Director, our new Public Works Director, Mr. Bob Shea here. And also members of our Water and Sewer Commission, which I serve, Norm Ward and Dick Cody. Thanks, guys, for coming and taking part. I appreciate that. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, really needs no introduction, but I'm going to introduce her anyway. But a lot of the speakers that we have today have been. This isn't their first rodeo. It's like a home day. When Marianne was in Connecticut, I worked with Denise and Amy on various projects across the country, and it was really gratifying to have them participate and be part of this initiative. But next, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce one of our nationally acclaimed speakers, Miss Amy Vickers. And she is nationally recognized as a water conservation and efficiency expert, also an engineer and author of the award-winning handbook, for water use and conservation. homes, landscapes, and businesses, okay? She's been a consultant for more than 125 U.S. and overseas water utilities and organizations, including a number right here in Connecticut and in the New England states. And Amy is also the author of the first National Water Efficiency Standard for plumbing fixtures that was adopted under the U.S. Energy Policy Act of 1992. And it's basically because of those efforts that they're saving anywhere between 7 and 9 billion, and that's with a B, gallons daily. So most recently, she's a contributing chapter of the author of Drought and Water Crisis, Integrating Science, Management, and Policy. So as you can see, there's a lot of stuff there. So without any further ado, please welcome Miss Amy Vickers.
Dave, thank you. It's very generous of you. And good morning, everyone. I just want to again thank Dave and the section, the committee, and all of you for coming this morning. It's always great to be in Connecticut. It's a neighboring state, and it's a place where I've done a lot of work. And I want to just go back to what Lori was saying a few minutes ago about the state water plan and just congratulate you again on all that good work. Connecticut has often been a national leader both in water supply management but also water quality, and I think we all know that's increasingly important part of what we do, and integrating conservation, the supply side with quality is always very important. I need the clicker to go forward. Excuse me. Excuse me. I didn't get the clicker. While they're looking for that, let me just talk a little bit about the things I want to cover today. Oh, right in front of me, thank you. The obvious is sometimes not obvious. Really talk about, kind of cover the basics in water conservation, but also talk about some of the trends that are happening, both in attitudes among water users, but also water managers. I'm going to draw from a couple of surveys I was involved with recently with several agencies and utilities. And I want to talk a bit about sort of the state of the art with water conservation. The field has changed dramatically since some of us got started in the late 80s. There's some veterans here. And it's an exciting time. We've had many accomplishments. We have some new challenges. And there's a lot of new tools on the block to make our jobs easier and more effective. So I want to talk about that. And of course, also talk about lessons learned going forward. I'm at that stage where I start thinking about lessons learned a lot. We talk a lot about the benefits of conservation, but I always like to go back to the economics of saving water, which is something I think is easily forgotten. People often think of water conservation efficiency as a value, and certainly it is. But when you really get down to it, it's the old saying, water moves uphill toward money. And that's very true when we look at efficiency. If you look at the current prices to develop new sources of supply, you're easily looking at $5 to $10 to $15 million per MGD of capacity. When you start looking at newer types of supply, such as desalination, we're looking at in some cases, $30 million per MGD capacity and higher. And of course, that doesn't include the O&M, the pollution impacts, the climate change impacts, et cetera, all the chemical waste, the landfill waste from desalination. And then when you compare that to efficiency, of reducing demand, of making do with what you have and stretching out your supplies, we find the costs are dramatically lower. In some cases, they actually cost nothing to realize demand reductions. Other cases, we're looking at a couple $1 million per MGD. But again, compared to the supply side, much more cost effective. Another component of the economics of efficiency is, when you build a new source of supply, you're increasing your freshwater demands or your desalinated demands. Also, the corollary to that is you often have to expand your wastewater treatment plant. We often forget about that cost. So sometimes we might see a doubling of some of these capital and O&M costs. Just very briefly, what we see when we can have large-scale conservation, in some cases we can actually extend the supply capacities of systems several years, sometimes decades. And this is really just a conceptual approach, talking about that. So for example, this is a system which by 2020 is projected to max out on its 60 MGD capacity. And the blue line shows, again, sort of under a normal no conservation scenario, you'd start looking at increasing your capacity to about 120 MGD. But taking the red line out, what we're saying with conservation, hey, let's lower our demand, let's stretch out our capacity life even further. And so we have a decade or more in this theoretical example of which we can use our existing supplies and, of course, push back those capital costs, expenditures, interest, et cetera. And so there's an environmental and obviously an economic benefit to that. Here's an example which I've talked about for many years, and in many ways really helped start my career in conservation. And this is an example of the Massachusetts Water Resource Authority in Boston, or the AWWA. I actually went to work for them in the late 1980s when they were coming out of really a crisis in the metro Boston area, had 50% plus leakage, no conservation. The water agency at the time was talking about going to the Connecticut River to get more water, spending over $1 billion to do that. Anyway, long story short, there was a big lawsuit. Conservation won, and there was a massive conservation program implemented. Many people were hired. I was one of them. But it's interesting to look at what happened with the AWWA. So going back to 1987, the point when they were really at a low point, they were serving about 2.1 million people. Their average day demand was about 334 MGD, and that's when the conservation program was launched. Well, look what happened. 30 years later, their population, their service area has increased by 400,000 people. Their demand is now down to about 195 MGD. That's a 40% plus reduction in demand. So they're serving more people, but their demand has gone down by over 40%. Now, this varies from year to year, but I think that's an incredible success story and shows what can happen with a very long-term aggressive conservation program. What did the AWWA do? Aggressive leak reduction, plumbing fixture retrofit. Massachusetts was the first state to require 6-liter toilets, et cetera, et cetera. They did a lot with their industrial and commercial base. So this is an example of what can happen. Of course, every system is different. Not everyone can save 40%. Some can save more, and some can save less. But I think it's a lesson in the potential of what we can realize and what has already happened with conservation. Trends in water use and efficiency. You know, when we look at our water use today compared to 10, 20 years ago, in many ways we're doing better, particularly when we look at the residential and domestic side. So, for example, about every 5 years, the U.S. Geological Survey does a survey of domestic water use in the country. And if you look at this chart, for starting in the 90s through around the year 2000, really 2005, average domestic water use, combined single-family and multifamily use, in this country was about 100 gallons per capita per day, GPCD. And in around 2000, the American Water Works Association Research Foundation commissioned a study called the Residential End Use Study. And they looked at single-family homes, and at that time they found that average indoor use was about 69 gallons per person per day for a single-family home. So when you superimpose that over the average 100 GPCD, roughly about 31 gallons or 30% of residential demand was for outdoors. But look how that's changed. Go to 2010 and now to 2015. In 2010, the average residential use was 88 GPCD. The last survey for 2015, we're now down to 82%. So we've had about an 18-20% reduction over the last several decades. That's dramatic. And when you look also at the next survey that was done, data based on around 2010 to 2013, the second residential end use study, they found indoor use had gone down by about 10 GPCD. On a national basis, we're now using on average about 59 GPCD. In some places, it's even less. In fact, here in Connecticut, there are some towns that are even less than that. I think it's partly due to the good and early efforts of some of the people in this room who helped establish water efficiency standards for plumbing fixtures in the late 1980s. And I'm thinking of Denise Ruzicka, Marianne Dickinson, and others in this room, and Dave, of course, who are very involved with that. So anyway, we're seeing the results of all these good efforts, particularly on indoor plumbing codes and appliances, reducing that indoor demand. So how does this square with what's happening around the country and what might be happening with your system? And again, if you look at this chart, the current average domestic is about 82, but it varies dramatically. Particularly if you look at the West and the Southwest, you can see per capita single-family demand well over 200 gallons per day. And in most cases, that's nearly all outdoor water use, typically lawn irrigation. Below the national average, below 80 GPCD, we're seeing more and more communities, particularly in the cooler climates and in the Northeast, below 80, sometimes 50 and 60 GPCD. I use the term super savers to refer to households that have all efficient fixtures. water efficient plumbing fixtures such as the EPA WaterSense compliant toilet shower heads, et cetera, that you can get at really any hardware store today. But nevertheless, on a national level, we're still struggling a bit with use. But again, the potential shows that, at least in terms of indoor demand, we still can reduce our use dramatically, and our outdoor can also come down a lot. This chart is showing, again, where we are nationally, but breaking down the different end uses of demand on the indoor side. And again, if you look at the second column, again, the second residential use study, we're about 59 gallons per capita per day nationally. But again, with available technology, you can easily get below 40, 35 gallons per capita per day. So I think what that's telling us is that we have anywhere from 20 to 25 GPCD just on the indoor side that we can still reduce through conservation. It's interesting to look at standards that are being set, and Mary Ann's probably going to be talking about this in a few minutes, but California recently adopted statewide standards, goals for indoor use, outdoor use, and I think commercial use as well. And I think that's a very good step forward, but one thing I would point out is I think in many ways we're already ahead of some of these standards. So for example, I think it's by 2025, California set a average goal of 55 GPCD. You know, we're already probably there nationally, and again, if you look at the trends in natural fixture and appliance replacement, I think we're starting to move down automatically. So the good news is I think just through natural fixture replacement and the good standards we have, we're getting down lower and lower. Probably by the 2030s, maybe a little bit later, I think on a national basis, we're going to be looking at indoor residential use below 35 gallons per capita per day at current rates of replacement. Of course, that could change with economics, but I think ultimately that's where we're heading. And that's something to plan for in terms of our demand forecasting. So in terms of talking about demand forecasting and thinking about, well, how much water can we save from conservation? How do I look at my customer base or my community in terms of what's the potential? Who should I target for conservation? One of the things we found in a study that was done a few years ago for the American Waterworks Association, I was one of the lead authors on this, we developed a set of protocols or metrics for water planners to use to identify, what are the indicators of water use? Who's high, who's low? What does the average mean in relationship to, again, some of these top users? And I think the salient message from this guidebook that we developed is that, particularly with conservation, focus on the top users. And that may be obvious, but if you haven't done it, it's interesting to look at how disproportionate demand can be, particularly when you just talk about the average. Because, for example, when I was just talking about the national average of being about 82 GPCD, we see that in some communities it's much higher than this. So this is a kind of a conceptual example of what we see nationally. On average, the average single-family home in this country uses about 250 gallons of water a day. But if you go all the way to the right and look at that top column, the top 1% of users in some communities often using over 10, sometimes 20,000 gallons of water a day or more. These are very often affluent, very rich, wealthy people. But even the top 10%, the top 25%, that's where the focus needs to be in terms of really targeting your savings and where you can get the most for your conservation investments. The same thing is true also on the commercial and industrial side. When we think about goals for conservation and where we can save, it's still true, and it's been always true, certainly since I've been in the field, we must look at water loss. That is still, I would say, the number one priority for any utility in most situations in terms of their conservation efforts going forward. In the United States, most water systems are losing anywhere from 10 to 40%. There are some systems that are very efficient, and some of them are here in Connecticut. But there are many systems that struggle with this. And there are a lot of good reasons why they do. They don't have the resources to do the infrastructure work they'd like to do. But I think we know this is a big problem, and it's something that we need to put more attention to. And I think it should be a priority for any conservation program. When you look at the numbers of surveys of how much water we're losing on a per system basis, some of the numbers are really staggering. So this is a study that was done and published in the Journal of the American Waterworks on 2016, where they looked from 2011 to about 2015 of average, for example, real losses, the physical losses in a system. And one of the things I found troubling is if you look at the 2011, The average losses from the survey sites was about 70 gallons per connection. That's a lot of water. But then when you get to 2015, it went up to 83 gallons per connection. That's the equivalent of one more person, a domestic user per connection at these survey sites. So again, I think this is indicative of the problem. I'm not saying this is national, but these were representative sites, and I think it shows this is still a big problem that we really need to focus in on. Because by some report cards, in fact, we're doing worse today than we were in the past. So what are some of the attitudes that customers have about conservation and what they believe or understand about their water use and what they can do? And similarly, what are water utility managers saying? And I'm going to draw from a few surveys I've been involved with recently. This is a survey I did for a large metropolitan system. The report isn't done yet, so I don't want to mention their name yet, but they're a very large metropolitan region in this country. I would say that they're a highly educated customer base. I think they have the highest percentage of PhDs and MDs in the country. But anyway, it was very interesting. We did a comprehensive customer attitudinal survey to really try to get into customers' heads to understand what they were thinking and what they know or don't know about their water use and the need for efficiency. And one of the things that really shocked us in the study, there were several things, is that over 90% of customers didn't know how much water they used. Now this was surprising to us because on the water bills, that information was customized for them. And this utility has a portal people can go on and actually see their almost real-time water use data. So that 90% of the people we surveyed didn't know how much water they use. We really scratched our head. Why is that? And I'll tell you honestly, we really still haven't come up with an answer, but we then asked them to guess, well, how much water do you think you use? And we got a range of numbers. But on average, the number was about 100 GPCD, which I thought was interesting because that was what they were told for many years. Your average water use is 100 GPCD. So, I think what this told us is that this utility was spending a lot of time and resources giving that water use information to their customers, but it wasn't sinking in for some reason. So, back to the drawing board on how to really get that message to people. The second bullet we thought was funny. Most people didn't know how much water they used, but they thought they were using the same or less than their neighbors. So I thought that was interesting. We definitely saw differences in age groups. Young people, I would say 40 and younger, who were homeowners, definitely got the conservation message, the green building message, and were very much behind it, at least in their survey. Older generations, in some cases, differences. Interesting in this community, it's a very fast-growing community, a lot of new houses. The good thing here, green building came in about 10, 20 years ago for this community, and so they're starting off at a lower water use base. And in actual, what we're finding is that we're finding people are taking out some of their irrigation systems because they have a lot of native grasses and they don't need to water a lot. We're also finding that the smaller lot sizes with the newer houses is just naturally reducing outdoor demand. People are just choosing to have less irrigation, different types of landscape designs, et cetera. Interesting on communication, again, this is one utility. We found their preferences were still largely conventional. And again, we surveyed cross-generation, this is a cross-generational survey. The top three that people wanted for their information, postcards, TV and website. Text messages, yes, that was gaining, but still not in the top 5. And we were surprised, no social media in the top 10, although this utility is very active with social media. I thought that was interesting. I just want to draw from a survey that I was not involved with, but was reported at last year's Water Sense survey. And it was a very interesting point that the presenter made. Her name is Suzanne Shelton. She's with the Shelton Group. I think she's down in Tennessee or somewhere down there. Anyway, very interesting. One of the takeaways from her survey was that don't educate the public. People don't want this onslaught of information. You really need to engage them. And she really emphasized that word engagement. If you look at the lower right, again, don't just give people facts. You need to wake them up about their behavior and their choices in creative ways. And I think some utilities have found that. For example, the Southern Nevada Water Authority has had, I believe, some Emmy Award-winning commercials, very focused on people's behavior and attitude that they feel has correlated to demand reduction. So again, this whole notion of public outreach and, quote, education, I think needs a refresh and some new approaches. Here's a couple of examples from a survey that I just participated in with Raftelis Consultants and Woodcock and Associates in Massachusetts. This is for the Massachusetts Department of Fish and Wildlife, and they wanted to understand what is the rate-setting process that water utilities in Connecticut are engaging in to raise rates, and what are their attitudes about conservation or not? Do they have conservation rates? And so we interviewed 7 water utilities. The agreement was to keep their identities confidential so they would speak freely. But we found some very, very interesting things. Once again, and Mary Ann's going to be talking about this, we heard this message: yes, conservation is good, but it's a real balance in terms of the revenue stream. And even systems that were aggressive with conservation were saying, again, we're concerned the more we encourage conservation, our demand's going to go down, our revenues are going to go down. And they were missing that piece, or hadn't seemed to really step up to the notion that yes, you can raise rates while you're promoting conservation and have that healthy revenue stream. It was very clear that lawn sprinkling was a valuable source of money for towns and for water systems. And again, it goes back to this problem. I think a lot of finance managers and water managers still don't quite get how you can be successful in raising your rates and having conservation at the same time. And again, Mary Ann's going to talk about some very good examples on that. So again, an interesting study, I think, elucidated what we know, but again, I think the next step is how do we solve this? So anyway, going from that and these trends, we're at a time where, again, we've had many successes with conservation. We're seeing indoor demand going down. Some communities we're seeing total demand going down, but in other communities we're seeing water use going up. Particularly as we have hotter and drier summers, outdoor water use is actually exploding in some places. So I want to talk about, again, not everything that's out there, but sort of the state of the art with conservation measures. And I really want to focus on hardware technologies. One of the things we know is that you focus on behavior, you get a temporary change in water use, but that's not a permanent reduction in demand. Behavior changes matter, particularly during a drought, but if we're looking at long-term permanent demand reductions, we have to focus on fixing leaks, changing fixtures, optimizing cooling towers, those hardware changes that are going to be permanent. And again, there's a tool bag of different incentives, whether it's financial, rebates, credits, et cetera, regulatory incentives, educational engagement, et cetera, to get people and customers to take on these measures. I won't go through all the things you can do on indoor water use, and again, I think through natural replacement, we're seeing indoor use go down because of national standards. But on average, you look at that national indoor water use, we still have the potential to reduce indoor use easily by 15 to 20 gallons per capita per day across the country. Again, this varies by system, but again, it's taking out inefficient toilets, clothes washers, dishwashers, fixing leaks, et cetera. There's still a lot to be gained in that arena. Interesting to look at home and building trends, and this is from several different sources, but gray water recycling is something that KB Homes, a big builder, is saying that people are at least asking about and wanting. Extracting heat from showers, which is a device technology that's available, is something that some people are asking about. Tankless hot water heaters, which help to reduce hot water losses, are something that are going into many newer homes, particularly green homes. Overall, people are asking for a healthier home environment, and often that correlates with wanting green and water-efficient fixtures and outdoor use. Just interesting from AIA Architecture, about 60% of architecture firms are just factoring in that water efficiency is something that's very important now and going forward. On the other side of this, one of the things we're seeing in terms of trends are these mega showers, these multi-headed shower towers, which may gobble up some of the savings we're seeing through all these high-efficiency toilets and faucets, et cetera. So I don't have an answer for this, and there's different standards that are out there people are talking about, but I think this is a real challenge in terms of water use. I think at the least people need to be educated about the volume of water that some of these things use. The average shower uses about 10 to 15 gallons per person per day. These things can use hundreds of gallons in one shower. So again, this is a challenge out there. We see them more with the affluent households, but it's something that could be a monkey wrench in terms of conservation. Outdoor water use is really where the action is, I think, in terms of particularly residential demand, and I think which is particularly a large user here in Connecticut. Potential savings from outdoor efficiency measures, often at least 50%. Jeff Ulrich is going to be talking later about all the excellent savings that Aquarian has realized from their maximum 2-day restriction. Other communities have realized similar benefits, but water-wise design principles, limiting turf, efficient irrigation systems, these are all really important things that can be done to reduce demand. And if you look at water conservation programs around the country, you'll see that's where the emphasis is. All these different technologies and really this whole list of things. More and more, though, I think what we need to be incorporating into these activities, these measures, is really a nature-based landscape mindset and practices. And when you look at young homeowners, this is what they want. And this is where I think some of these trends are interesting. And I just want to, I like showing this little graphic I put together because people, you often hear say, well, they want green lawns and nothing's going to change that. And I think it's important to remember our aesthetic for things like cars, our technologies has changed dramatically in some of our own lifetimes. We're now going, some of our grandparents and great-grandparents rode around in a Model T. We're now looking at air taxis. So things can change, and younger generations are wanting these changes. And a lot of them also get that using water and irrigation only twice a week, sometimes only once a week, is more than enough to have a nice landscape. Again, the savings from this, anywhere from 10 to 20%, varies from the summer to average day, but these are some of the numbers that we're seeing. One of the things I like about having a mandatory watering restriction is that, number one, it's equitable. Rich or poor, everyone has to operate by the same rules. It reduces the need for early restrictions during drought because you're already maintaining a higher level of supply in your reservoirs, so you have more resilience to deal with drought, and they're practically free. Yes, there are enforcement costs, but compared to some other outdoor measures, watering restrictions are often far more cost effective. Here's an example from the City of Dallas Water Utilities, which has had a maximum 2-day water restriction for over 7 years. Their average day demand now is down about 13% from that measure alone. In the summer, it's even lower. And if you look at some of these bars, you can see again how they trend. That the darkest bar, the blue on the dark blue on the right, how over the years since they've put in the restriction on a daily basis, their demand has been going down with that restriction. So what are some of the trends that support this? Watering restrictions, but also just a more native, non-irrigated landscape. Again, here's some California landscape design trends: low water lawn alternatives, low maintenance, backyard vegetable gardens. Again, we find often millennials and Gen X and Gen Yers and Zs, that's what they want. People are looking at things like vertical gardens, patios. Look at this person who's laughing here. She says, I'm not mowing my lawn now. But these are trends we're starting to see, that people want a different landscape aesthetic. They don't want to do the work for a lawn. They don't want to put in the time and money. And they're also much more green-minded. We're seeing this in many examples. Here's another study, Howe's Landscape Trend Study in 2017. Look, lawns was, what's the most important landscape update? Lawns is near the bottom of the list. People are not as interested in them as they used to be. We're seeing that through these data. Here's a survey done, the millennials. They're buying homes, they want farms and spas, not lawns. Again, this isn't everyone, but I think this is indicative of a generational, if not a sea change, in how people view water in their yards. The whole child and nature study movement is coming back. Again, many parents are wanting their kids to be more engaged in their yards, want more interesting, dark, creative, shady places, etc. Again, the non-manicured look is what many people are looking for now. In a way, this is old news to some communities. Prairie Crossing, which is in Illinois, is outside of Chicago. Anyway, for over 20 years, this is a community that basically has over 400 homes and I think only 3 irrigation systems. I actually went to visit them a few years ago. But this whole concept of nature-based, rain-fed landscape is something that's been around a while and is already happening in a lot of places. Same thing is happening with green infrastructure, seeing stormwater as an asset, not as a problem, using this more and more. Kansas City, Missouri, they've had a 10,000 home project where they've really redesigned their sidewalks and some of their hardscapes to gather stormwater and treat it as a source of irrigation instead of a waste. Commercial, industrial, and institutional use, I'm kind of running out of time, but again, this is where we've had tremendous strides in the last 5-10 years. If you look at most commercial and industrial sites in terms of their potential for reducing demand, I would say it's anywhere from 15 to sometimes 60% potential savings. Particularly large facilities or data centers, very often there's tremendous gains they can make in their cooling systems, in their heating systems, fixing leaks. Obviously changing plumbing fixtures for employees, that's a real basic no-brainer. But anyway, from really all aspects of end uses in commercial and industrial sites, we found there's good opportunity for savings. This is just an example from Southern California to some of the measures that a large water utility is using for its customers on the CII, commercial, industrial, institutional side. You can see again, indoor landscaping, food equipment, connectionless steamers, air-cooled ice machines, on and on. There's just dozens of things that can and are being done to reduce commercial use. I'd also say that we're seeing a growth in net zero sustainable buildings. I think there are now at least 75 zero end-use buildings in the country today. There's actually 2 in the town that I live in Amherst, Massachusetts. The Hitchcock Center, Hampshire College, all totally sustaining buildings, use rainwater for potable water, toilet flushing, et cetera, and cooling. We're also finding the military more and more is embracing net zero water use, and this is just an example, how their demand is going down at Fort Carson, Colorado, given all that they have done with efficiency. The Army has actually done quite a lot of work with them. So just kind of in closing, some lessons going forward, and what I said in this brief overview of where we are. Important to focus on outdoor water use more and more. As I said at the beginning, we're seeing indoor use go down automatically. The focus needs to be on getting that outdoor demand out. It's discretionary. It's very often not essential. If you really want to target your users, that's where you're going to get the greatest savings. And I think Jeff is probably going to be talking about this as well. Really important to not fear raising rates. One of the things we learned from this survey in Massachusetts was that fear component was a big factor for many water managers in not wanting to even approach, let's say, commissioners about the need to raise rates, even to meet basic costs, let alone invest in conservation. And overall, we found that many, water systems, at least in Massachusetts that we surveyed, are underfunded, and this is a big problem. So just want to talk about that. The other thing I would say we found is that even though inclining block rate structures, surcharges, et cetera, are very important to send that pricing signal. Overall, we found that conservation rates did not have a significant impact on demand long term. It had an impact, and it's good to do, and it's necessary. But again, when you look at the stratification of demand, it's those top users who are using the most water. They tend to be affluent. They don't really care about the cost of water. So again, that's where I go back to the importance of having mandatory permanent restriction. Rich or poor, you all have the same rule to follow. I just think it's important to focus on that fact that, again, not all customers are the same. They approach it, water use differently. But the bottom line is we all have to save, and it's those top users who are the ones who are really going to deliver you in terms of your big savings. Lastly, in all this, I want to say there's so much we can do on the customer side, but I go back to that chart, some of those charts I had earlier, that the most important customer when it comes to conservation is often the water utility itself. There's so much we can do to reduce leakage in our infrastructure. There's a lot more work to do, and that's really, again, I think in many ways, the first place to start with conservation. So with that, I'll close. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Appreciate that. You're going to see on your table, we have question cards. If you have questions for our panel, write them down. We're going to be collecting those for the round table. But if you do have any questions, please, for any one of our speakers, would like to certainly get those down and written down. So, our next speaker before our break here is obviously another nationally acclaimed expert, as far as in the water field, and I've been fortunate enough to be a colleague of Mary Ann's for many, many years and so forth. But Mary Ann's presentation, Water Conservation Utility Revenue Resolving the Conundrum, okay? Mary Ann Dickinson is the president and CEO of the Alliance for Water Efficiency, a nonprofit organization dedicated to promoting the efficient and sustainable use of water in the United States and Canada. And basically based in Chicago, okay, here we go away. I love it when technology, Based in Chicago, the Alliance works with nearly 400 utilities, water conservation professionals, and business and industry, planners, regulators, and consumers. In 2014, the Alliance won the U.S. Water Prize in the nonprofit category for its work. Mary Ann is also the executive director of the California Water Efficiency Partnership, a chapter of the Alliance based in Sacramento. She has over 40 years of experience in the water resources and water efficiency business, and I can attest to that. A graduate of the University of Connecticut, and Mary Ann has presented numerous papers on water conservation internationally, all across the United States and in Canada. Mary Ann, and just a brief note, Mary Ann and I served on the federal subcommittee that designed the water conservation guidelines for the country. We developed them back in, the early 90s, Mary Ann, I think, somewhere. And we were fortunate enough to work with her. So without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Miss Mary Ann Dickinson. Thank you.
So Dave asked me for a short bio, which meant that I didn't put in there that I had worked 18 years for the Connecticut, then called Department of Environmental Protection, or 5 years for the Regional Water Authority in New Haven. But those are very important pieces of my experience, particularly the Regional Water Authority job, because it was Dick McHugh, for some of you who remember Dick McHugh, who came into my office one day. I was manager of government affairs. He said, "We're going to give you water conservation." I said, "I don't really know anything about water conservation." He said, "Well, go to a conference or call somebody." So guess who I called? I called Amy Vickers. And she came to New Haven and basically helped us launch what became a statewide conservation program, complying with the 1989 law that Denise Ruzicka was very instrumental in getting passed. So all of the work that we did in Connecticut in those early years, we launched that program with 63 utilities in it through the Connecticut section. We did that in 1990. We launched it on Earth Day with then DEP Commissioner Leslie Carruthers coming to inaugurate it. That got me a job offer in California. So I went out to California because that's the motherlode of conservation if you're really going to get into it. And one of the first things you do when you're in Los Angeles is you go to comedy clubs, right? So I went to the Comedy and Magic Club in Hermosa Beach, where Jay Leno every Sunday night would do a little routine. And nobody was sitting in the front row, so I went and sat down. I was too stupid to know that the front row is who he picks on, right? So he said to me, he said, what do you do for a living? I said, "Well, I work in water conservation." He said, "Really?" He said, "You work for an outfit that pays people to not buy your product?" I said, yeah. And at the time, it didn't really occur to me the implications of what he was saying, because at that time, demand was growing so fast all across the country, especially in California, that you were struggling to meet the demand, and conservation was one way to meet the demand. But that has changed for a lot of the reasons that Amy went through. And so what I want to do is address the reality that we're in now after the decades of success that we've had in conservation. This is a chart from the National Association of Water Companies, and I love it because it really dramatically shows how demand went up from the 70s, the chart starts in 1972, and you see the peaks in the mid-80s, and then it just starts to plummet. And it plummets because of a lot of the codes and standards that Amy mentioned, the standards in the National Energy Policy Act that were passed in 1992. Those standards achieved more savings that utility managers simply weren't quite aware of until it showed up in their reduced sales. You know, for some systems, it was 1% per year reduction just due to the energy standards in the National Energy Policy Act. We tried to compute at the Alliance for Water Efficiency how much water that was, and just the toilet standard alone, not the other plumbing fixtures, just the toilet standard alone over a 20-year period saved enough water to supply the cities of Chicago, Los Angeles, and New York for that same 20-year period. It's a huge amount of savings. And what that results in is reduced water sales, right? So, yes, it's a success story, but it has its side effects, and those side effects are ones we have to pay attention to. When you lower demand, you reduce your sales revenue. If you don't restructure properly in conjunction with your conservation programs, you will experience a reduction in sales. And if left unaddressed, it can mean you're not fully collecting your fixed costs. And we all know that running a utility system is largely a fixed cost operation. The variable costs are minor compared to the fixed costs, long run capacity costs in particular. And all of the issues that Amy talked about in terms of avoiding new capacity through conservation are all there and very economically beneficial. We'll talk about that in a minute. But it doesn't get at the issue of if you're over capacity and you don't need to add anything, you are going to be experiencing this reduced demand and reduced sales phenomenon. So you end up with revenue instability, which can affect your bond rating. It can affect how your boards and city councils perceive you're running your system. And so conservation becomes what is often blamed. It is easy to say to the customer, we're really sorry we're raising your rates, but you did such a good job conserving, we have to raise rates to meet our fixed costs. And so it's an uncomfortable message, and many managers like to postpone it. I have heard some managers say, I know I've got to do a rate increase, but I'm retiring next year, I'm going to let the next guy deal with that. That's kind of been a pattern that we've had. We're putting off over and over again, doing the uncomfortable thing, going out to the customers and raising rates. But it can affect your bond ratings, as I mentioned. And here's a little press blurb from Texas, the Texas Water Tribune, where it says, Texans answer call to save water only to face higher rates. Yeah, and that's a pretty typical message, but you see in red it says Fort Worth lost $11 million last year because of water conservation. And it wasn't really because of water conservation. It was because they were downgraded in their bond rating, and that's the $11 million that it cost them. And they were downgraded because they weren't accurately predicting the volatility in their revenue and addressing it to the satisfaction of the bond raters. So this is an issue that is very important to address. And when we created the Alliance for Water Efficiency, again with Amy's help, one of the first issues we realized we had to deal with in working with water utilities was this revenue instability issue. Because if conservation programs are going to be canceled because of this phenomenon, we are not moving forward in a sustainable way. So what really affects revenue stability? Reduced demand comes from a number of factors. It comes from those codes and standards that we've just been talking about. So when customers go to the Home Depot or Lowe's and buy new shower heads and toilet fixtures, they will always be buying the most efficient and thereby reducing the demand from before. That's one phenomenon. Another is the active conservation programs that you would be undertaking as a water utility. Yes, that does cause a reduction. But there's also issues related to the economy. During the recession that we experienced in 2008, we saw huge drops in water sales because of the recessionary effect. So that's one of the factors. There's also reduced peak demand in wet years. If you get a lot of rain, your customers are not going to irrigate as much. If you were depending upon that high tail block irrigation revenue, that's going to be a reduction. Increased infrastructure costs. You know, that when your costs rise, you have to make sure your revenues rise in comparison. So that's a factor in revenue stability. And rise in other fixed costs. I mean, what's your number one cost? It's labor, right? That goes up. What's your number two cost? Probably energy. That's going up. So when costs go up, you have to counterbalance it with revenues going up. And then there's the issue of inflation. It's not been a big issue recently, but it may be coming back very shortly. So what has this resulted in? This has actually resulted in, over a period of the past 10 years, and this is a chart from Jan Beecher at Michigan State University Institute of Public Utilities, showing how water and sewer rates, which is the blue line, has been shooting up much more sharply than the rates, the increases for electricity, for gas, for refuse collection, you know, the garbage bill, the favorite, right? Or the cable bill. Water and sewer rates are rising higher because, and to a large extent, a lot of these rate increases have been unaddressed over the years until they reach crisis proportions, and now we're looking at double-digit rate increases. And this has been the trend all over the country. The dotted line is the Consumer Price Index, so you can see we are way above that. And here's an interesting comparison chart that shows we are really getting to be more expensive in some cities than the energy bill. The average energy bill is now becoming cheaper than the average water bill. And the stars show for each of those cities where that's going to occur. It's already occurred for Santa Fe, it's already occurred for Atlanta, and it's about to occur for New York and Austin and other cities. So this is a phenomenon that we just have to accept, that water and sewer rates, which had always been historically very low, are now going to be approaching equal status with energy rates. So how is it that we're structuring our rates? You know, you start with the cost. What are the costs to run your system, right? And then you base your water rates, going to the right of the flow diagram, you base your water rates on those costs. How you set your water rates ends up affecting the demand, which ends up affecting how you design your system to accommodate growth for the future, and then that gets back into cost. So you end up in this circular pattern. And the circular pattern has to be looked at on a regular basis, not just once every 10 years, but yearly, because as your costs change, as your demand patterns change, it is going to affect your revenue. Now, this is an issue that is not as well felt, not as severely impacting the private investor-owned water companies, because they do this on a regular basis as part of their regulatory activity with PURE and other public service commissions around the country. But it's a real phenomenon. The public agencies who are governed by elected boards of officials or city councils or selectmen, and they're public officials, not company employees, and they're the ones who have to give approval. So typically, this kind of analysis doesn't happen as much as it should. So I would like you to leave here thinking that conservation is not the enemy, but it's actually part of the solution. Because as Amy mentioned, it is a long-term cost reducer to the utility. Revenue loss can often be due to other drivers than just the conservation program. Every gallon you save is a gallon that doesn't have to be pump treated and delivered, and especially if you have to procure new water to do that. So conservation is an investment like an investment in a well or investment in a reservoir. It is a form of supply and can be considered in that way. But the short-term effects of that rate shock have to be planned for and can be planned for, and we'll show you how. Reduced utility costs can generally mean reduced customer rates in the long term, but it is much more pronounced when you're avoiding new infrastructure. So if your system is growing, conservation is going to be clearly a partner with you. If your system is shrinking and you end up with a lot of capacity, that's when the analysis is going to be a little more difficult. So Amy mentioned about avoided costs, and this is a chart that comes from the AWWA M52 Water Conservation Manual. And it is a stylized chart, so it's meant to illustrate a point. The solid black line is your demand, unadjusted demand. The dotted line would be your demand after conservation going into the future. And so that existing capacity line going forward, this one here, let's see, I guess this doesn't work, there. That existing capacity line can be anything. It can be your reservoir capacity, it can be your treatment capacity, it can be your wastewater treatment capacity. When it runs out in 2020, you would have to do something, right? When it hits that solid line. But if you reduce your demand to conservation, you get an extended period where you don't need to do that. You don't need to make a decision to implement new infrastructure for maybe 10 years. And when you do make that decision, you can downsize the capacity because it is no longer, such a large capacity is not needed. When you quantify the delay and the reduced infrastructure needs, it is millions and millions of dollars to your system. And this is where the benefits of conservation come in. And we have documented this, and I'm going to pass around here. We did a study of a number of cities. We just completed one in Los Angeles, but the first one we did was Westminster, Colorado, where the citizens were complaining, like they do everywhere, you asked me to conserve, I conserved, now you're raising my rates, what's up? And so Westminster took a look at their 25 years of conservation programs that they had done, and they looked at what their marginal costs for future infrastructure would have been had they not done conservation. And they found that their tap fees would have been 80% higher, and their rates would have been 91% higher had they not done conservation. So we'll pass this one out to everybody to take a look. It's also downloadable from the Alliance for Water Efficiency's website and the Financing Sustainable Water website, which I'll show you. We just finished one for Los Angeles. City of Los Angeles has been doing conservation programs since the 1990s, and through conservation, their demand, their demand reduction resulted in the city serving less water than it did in 1970, but with 1 million more customers. So through conservation, they didn't have to increase their water supply deliveries. In fact, it went down, and they served a lot more people. With that, it meant they saved $11 billion in marginal water supply costs and reduced their customer water bills by nearly 27%. So this is not a message that most consumers understand. They think conservation makes rates rise. Long term, it's not true. It's the short-term effects of the rate shock of the conservation programs that we deal with. And so in every utility, it's going to be a different story. Depending upon the state of your capacity, depending upon the level of your consumption, what your high-end customers are doing. For a while I was on the board of the Lake Arrowhead Community Services District. I was elected water board official. And our district was probably not altogether atypical, but it had a very interesting phenomenon. 10% of the customers use 50% of the water. So we needed to go after those 10%. Those were our target customers that Amy was identifying. You go for the targeted high-value water customers. So every system is going to be different. You have to do that analysis and analyze where your costs come from and what your future cost risks are for supplying water to your service area in the future. You may be buying water from a wholesaler, and maybe those wholesaler costs are increasing. You may have to do additional capital improvements, particularly with respect to treatment. And there will be short-run variable costs for treatment and energy that you can avoid if you're doing conservation, and they may be sizable and may be very economically beneficial to you. But you have to calculate that return on investment and efficiency. Efficiency is like a supply source. You have to calculate it the same way you would do another supply source, and you have to quantify that. So we've built something to help water utilities do that. We call it our AWWA Water Conservation Tracking Tool. Here's a screenshot of the opening screenshot. And what it does is it allows you to define conservation measures, build scenarios, and then analyze the costs and the benefits of those conservation programs for your system. And then it gives you these cool charts, these output charts. Here's one that shows for a particular program, giving rebates for residential high-efficiency toilets, what your annual water savings would be. The blue is what you would be paying for to rebate. The red is what you would get from the codes and standards anyway. So again, you have to pay attention to what the codes and standards are going to give you, because that's part of your reduction in demand. The tracking tool also gives you differences in what your demand line looks like. So the top purple line is the baseline unadjusted. The red line is where it drops after the codes and standards kick in. And then the blue line is the active conservation programs that have been scripted. And most importantly, the tool will tell you, now, how does this affect your revenue requirement, right? Because it's all about the revenue requirement. And you can see there's a difference between the red bars and the green bars. The red bars are if you're paying for your conservation program out of operating funds, annual operating funds, which means you're paying for what might be almost 20 years of savings due to a fixture replacement in the first couple years of the life of the program. So you have big rate shock there. You have not only the costs that you're paying, but you have the reduced revenue as well. So if you do pay as you go in operating, the red bars show short-term rate shock, and then it basically declines over time. If you debt finance your conservation, if you pay it out of capital bond funds, you reverse the phenomenon. And that's one way to help deal with the rate shock issue. And it used to be that you couldn't do debt financing under the Government Accounting Standards Board if you're a public agency, and now there are policies that enable you to do that. So the tracking tool has all kinds of cool things. You construct scenarios of conservation programs, and you can figure out the benefit-cost ratio of them. So where it's red in your selected suite of programs, it shows that that's not cost-effective. The benefit-cost ratio is less than 1. Overall, it's probably pretty good. It's 1.5, but you might want to take out some of the programs if you feel that they're not a good investment for you. But the tracking tool layers it and lets you see what's the cheapest way to go versus the more expensive way to go. And the little pink bars in this chart show where water loss, like Amy was talking about, where water loss is more cost effective than some consumer demand mitigation programs. So the top pink bar is, low cost leak detection. The bottom one is aggressive leak detection, the bottom pink bar. But you can see there are lots of consumer conservation programs that are layered below that. So as you're considering your demand management options, water loss is going to be a particularly critical one to take a look at. So, as I mentioned earlier, we were worried at the Alliance for Water Efficiency that if we didn't address this revenue instability issue, we would lose conservation traction. We would lose the perception that conservation was an important part of water sustainability at a water utility. So we came up with a program that we call Financing Sustainable Water. And you'll see a postcard that I left out of the registration table, which sends you to that website. Everything on that website is free to you. And so I want to make sure that you know that this is a resource that we have built for you. And it gets at the issue of this revenue instability. So the key concepts we have here is, let's just admit it right off the bat. Revenue instability is a feature of all rate structures. It's just the way it is. Depending upon the wet or the dryness of the year, it is always going to, it's never just an average year, right? We plan for an average water year, but it's never an average water year. It's either a wet year or a dry year or somewhere, along that continuum. So it does affect your revenue, and we have rate stabilization funds as a result. That's one of the mechanisms we've devised over time to help smooth out that revenue instability. It's there. Let's just recognize it's there. So if you've got efficiency objectives because you need to meet, goals and targets for your system, identify it at the start, figure out what it means for your system. No one rate structure is going to make sense for everybody. It's going to be very individualized treatment. And the important point that we want to make here to you and your rate consultants is that embracing the uncertainty of the revenue stability is part of what you need to do to enable better decision making. Because you need to say to your boards who are improving rate changes, what's the probability that with this rate structure we could actually collect our revenue requirement? And this is something that historically we've not done a lot of work on. So we wanted to help improve rate analysis, help utilities plan for this, and help them communicate with their customers, because as the customers understand or not understand this issue, they're going to be very vocal about it. The heart of the problem is that we've historically focused on water rates on our historical cost recovery, not on what we think might happen in the future. And we know that our system costs are going to change quickly, and sometimes it's very unpredictable based on weather patterns. And so looking at what we did in the past doesn't always help guide us as to how we might do this in the future. So the rates that the customer gets, they don't often give them correct information on how they might manage their consumptive decisions. And so this is part of what we wanted to get at. So one of the things we did was we had a number of rate experts work with us, and we did a handbook. And this handbook, again, I can pass this around. This is also available free as a PDF download. You can also order copies of it, and there was an order form at the registration desk. This is geared not just for the utility manager, but also for the elected members of the board who are approving the rates, and even for citizen advisory groups that are perhaps advising you on your rate structure. It is written in very clear language. But we also built a model to go along with this handbook, and that's really the crux and the key part of our program. And then we built a website to put it all on. So here's the handbook. It's got a number of sections on it, particularly talking about how you design a rate structure that can give a conservation rate signal, but also not interfere with revenue stability. I mean, one of the issues we learned early on was that if customers had a ladder of rates where the top tail block was really punitive for the irrigation customer, sometimes if the irrigation customer responded, they would suddenly lose the ability to meet their fixed costs if they had some of their fixed costs in that tail block. So these are the kinds of rate adjustments that the handbook talks about fixing. And it gives a structure for how you build an efficiency-oriented rate structure, gives you all the different steps, and it outlines what you do at each one of those steps. So there were questions that we knew needed to be answered. How does weather impact customer consumption? If I change my rates, what happens to the demand, volume, and revenue? Can I predict that in advance? How should I plan for droughts and drought pricing? Is that something we should incorporate into our rate structure? What's the likelihood that I won't collect my revenue requirement and I'll end up in a deficit? And what are the likelihoods over maybe a 5-year time horizon or even more than that? And then lastly, how does it affect affordability of water service in my service area? So these are all answers that we wanted the model to address. So we built a rate model that did exactly that. And what it does is it doesn't actually do your capital planning for you or set your own cost of service revenue requirement or even determine how you allocate your costs. But once you have that part of it done, and usually that's with a rate consultant or with your CFO, then the model can be very useful in analyzing the options to address that, and I'll show you what it does. These are the kinds of questions our rate model, which is free to you and free to your rate consultants to use. What effect would increasing the rate in our top tier by 15% have on water demand? It's a good question. Will shifting to seasonal rates cause an overall water use to increase or decrease? What block rate design could allow us to preserve our current level of revenue while reducing overall demand? What proportion of customer bills will increase or decrease under our proposed rates when compared to our current rates? And then how do we adjust our rates to support our water demand management objectives during water shortages? And then how does it affect affordability for our disadvantaged customers? So these are all questions that can be addressed in this rate model. And it doesn't matter what kind of rate structure you have. If you have a uniform rate, seasonal block, or seasonal block rate, you know, the model can accommodate it. It can accommodate up to 5 different blocks within your rate structure. And you can vary the rates and blocks by customer class and have up to 6 customer classes. So all of that is featured in the model. And the data it uses are bill tabulations from your bill system data. If you follow the AWWA M1 bill tabulation methodology, you just use that same methodology and input your bill information into the model. And you can allocate the bills to seasons, and that will help in the analysis. So here's a screenshot of the bill tabulation process. It looks like it'd be difficult to enter, but a lot of it, if you've done a bill tabulation before, could just be cut and pasted into the model. And then the model will After you input your rate structure, you can then play with different rate structures. So the red section is what your current is, and then this would be your new proposed rates, and it basically then gives you rate performance indicators and shows you how your proposed rate structure, which you can save as a scenario, how it compares to your existing rate structure. And it shows you how it impacts collection and customer class. The histograms on the bottom are by customer class. And it also gives you a sense of how it affects your affordability threshold. So you can play with different rate options that help you meet your revenue requirement, and the model will tell you if you're able to do that, and then it gives you indicators of some of these other factors. We wanted to build in drought rates in particular because drought rates are something that come and go, and drought rates are one way to recover that lost sales during drought restrictions due to severe stages in a drought plan. Up to 4 stages can be specified in the model, and you can indicate your curtailment levels and use the built-in calculator to find revenue neutral rates by drought stage. You don't want to lose money when you go into drought rates, and so this model will help you figure out how you do that. So here's a screenshot that kind of shows a little bit of how that is. We have a webinar that, I'm racing through this, and I know it's hard to follow, but we have a whole webinar online that you can watch that actually shows you how the model works. But basically what this is attempting to do is to tell you how well you're doing in your expected curtailment, what your expected curtailment would be given the drought rates that you have entered into the model. So the model is attempting to predict the performance for you. And so it helps you actually figure out what those are and gives you, again, rate performance indicators as to how well that's working. Here's a calculator sheet that shows that you can adjust the rates by whatever customer block you want. You don't have to do it uniformly for everybody. You can assign it to, say, the second or the third tier. But the big part of the model that I want to emphasize to you is that there's a simulation in it. Why should we simulate? Well, remember we talked about the fact that rates are inherently unpredictable and unstable, and that we don't really have a good way to actually predict with any kind of certainty whether we're going to collect a revenue requirement, because you don't know if you're going to be in an average year or a non-average year, and we plan everything right for the average year. So simulation allows you to to actually factor in what that uncertainty is and to construct scenarios to address that uncertainty. And if you don't do that, you're basically ignoring what is really the biggest factor in your revenue instability. So we built a Monte Carlo simulation in this model that does a lot of outcomes and gives you the likelihood of what some of those particular outcomes would be. And the way it works is that we have you enter data, and again, the historical data is all available online. We show you where to go get it. It allows you to enter your growth projections, and it can focus also on your supply disruption and use curtailment, which is also correlated to the weather. And it'll evaluate simultaneously your current rate and your proposed rate. So the Monte Carlo simulations are really very cool because it can answer questions like, what's the likelihood we'll meet our 1-year, 3-year, or 5-year revenue targets under our current or proposed rates? I mean, that's the magic question, right, that a board asks when you're presenting a proposed rate change. What's the chance that our revenues will turn out more than 15% below our current projections? Because that's not a good situation to be in, right? Then you're going to deficit. And what level of confidence can we have that our sales will exceed our minimum planning estimates? Because the planning estimates are really the sales forecast, right? They're supposed to be different, but they're typically not. Usually you use your planning estimate of growth to be your sales forecast, and that's a change that this helps address. So what it shows you in this simulation is the red histogram bars are under current rates, and the green histogram bars are under proposed rates. So it basically shows you your cumulative percentage of outcomes on the right-hand side, and then on the left-hand side, your frequency of outcomes. And what it basically shows you is what the variability is going to be, and also what the confidence interval is of your expectation that you're actually going to be collecting this revenue. So you can select, show me a rate structure that'll give me a 95% confidence level that I will collect my revenue requirement. The model will do that for you. It'll also give you ranges of whether you're exceeding your ability to collect that revenue or not. And under the current rate structure, you're not actually very high probability of collecting, but on your new rate structure, you have a better chance of collecting that revenue. And so what it does also at the end is it shows you those simulations in action. And it shows you the high variability of that weather correlation to your revenue. And as you can see, this is wildly fluctuating, right? So this is the kind of thing that you can then show your board to say, this is why we need to adopt this structure that is going to give us a higher confidence level and a higher probability that we will collect our revenue requirement. Because it is now your model that you've selected, your rate structure that you've selected, addresses the uncertainty. So this is a model that's available to you free of charge. It also looks at availability of water service, helps you address the affordability issue, gives you a sense of whether you've raised the initial tier too high, and gives you a sense of how that's going to affect the disadvantaged customer. So all of that is in this model, including drought pricing. We've talked about that. So the model's free to you. Please go ahead and download it. Have your rate consultants look at it. We're really proud of the simulation feature. It's not that hard to use, and we welcome your input on it and feedback. The other thing I wanted to mention is also on the Financing Sustainable Water website is a report that we did on managing the weather risk. What happens when it's an extremely wet year and you're really not selling any water? Is there a way to sort of deal with that shortfall of revenue? And I got to thinking, having spent a lot of years in New England, most municipalities have snow insurance, right? And the snow insurance premium is part of the city council budget. And when they get a really big snow year and the overtime costs and salt costs are way over what's budgeted, there's an insurance policy that kicks in and pays the difference, right? Why couldn't we do that with water? So this is a report that looks at both insurance and derivatives as a means of doing that adjustment for you, where you actually buy a policy that you would annually put in your budget line item, and that policy would kick in when you're in a terrific shortfall. So that report is also on the Financing Sustainable Water website. It's an interesting concept. When I say the word derivatives, most CFOs go, we're not going there with public funds. But insurance is a typical strategy, right? I mean, we've all been using that in municipalities in New England. So this is something to take a look at. And also improving your credit rating. A rate stabilization fund, sometimes it's not used very often, but it's a measure, it's a way to actually adjust and deal with those years where you might get a lot of revenue. You put it aside to deal with those years that are troublesome. And one of the factors in rate stabilization funds is they can be rated by city councils and other government officials. Because if you see millions of dollars sitting in a fund, it's a very attractive money pot to draw from. But that helps improve your credit rating. If you're looking to increase your bond rating, a rate stabilization fund is one way to do it. A low dependence on connection fees, because as growth changes, your connection fees will drop, and that's the problem Las Vegas had. They were funding all their programs on connection fees, and then suddenly growth stopped in Las Vegas, and they were in trouble. So that's one thing to make sure of, making sure a significant portion of your revenues come from fairly reliable customers. The Los Angeles Department of Water and Power has no fixed charge in its rate structure. Everything is volumetric. And they're often asked, well, how do you meet your fixed costs? Well, we reliably can predict what revenue we get from our customers. And so we know, based on that, how to set the volumetric charge. Insignificant additional upcoming debt, that's always a factor for your credit rating. Fully funded pension and post-employment benefits, bond agencies look for that. And of course, a strong management team that is analyzing all of these issues. So earlier I mentioned debt financing conservation. When I was at Regional Water, we did a conservation program of distributing kits. This was in the 80s, so kits is what we did. And we did that out of capital funds. And at the time, we didn't think too much about it. It seemed like the right thing to do. But most utilities don't debt finance conservation. And it's because the Government Accounting Standards Board has largely discouraged debt financing for investments on the customer side of the meter. Investing in meters or pipe or anything for water loss control, that's one thing. But on the customer side of the meter, you don't control that asset, right? You don't own that asset. So you can't list that asset on your balance sheet when you list the liability of the debt finance. So most utilities didn't want to go there. And we've been working with the Government Accounting Standards Board, and now there is a policy that the Government Accounting Standards Board will allow you to debt finance conservation, particularly if you can tie it to your rate structure and regulatory requirements that you're complying with. So that is, the term that they're using is regulatory assets. They will now let you debt finance conservation if it's in response to either of those two things. So I just want to finish in the time that I have and just talk a little bit about communicating the change to the customers in particular. How do you get to yes? I mentioned I was on the Lake Arrowhead Community Services District Board. I was elected the chair. That was the hot seat. Didn't know it at the time. I thought it was because they wanted me to be chair. No, they knew that the two guys on the right never agreed with the two guys on the left, and so I was always the tiebreaker on every vote in the district. So of course I was the tiebreaker on our rate increase, a double-digit rate increase that was highly unpopular. Guess what? I did not get another term. This is the political reality in public systems, right? I didn't care because I knew I was doing the right thing, but most of my compatriots, this was their first stepping stone to elected office at the legislature or beyond. And there is a congressman in Washington who served 12 years on a water district board, never voted yes on a rate increase, went on to be a legislator, went on to be a state senator, then went on to Congress. Built his career based on saying no to needed rate increases at the local level. This is the political reality we have to deal with. And so we have this public engagement process that we need to manage to make sure that those people who are voting that aren't crucified for doing the right thing and listening to the management's recommendations. So it's really important, and the handbook goes through this in a fair amount of detail, how you get through a public process that makes the public a partner in this, that helps them understand what they're actually getting for their money. The political reality is that the customers think conservation makes rates rise. Look at this headline, Conservation Driving Up Water Rates, Louisville Journal-Courier. Louisville doesn't have a conservation program. But it's a great headline, right? It's a great headline. And so the blame comes down and all the customers feel, well, I conserve, now you're punishing me. It's a negative message and we have to combat it. We have to fix that. Here are a couple of smattering examples of the same thing. Saving water adds up to rate hikes. Punished for conserving, Californians see water rates rise as cities lose money in drought. I mean, these are big negative messages. You can blame yourself for saving too much water, right? Not a good message. So we came up with an answer for this, because this was part of our Financing Sustainable Water program. We wanted to do some videos that would communicate the value of water to the customer and actually tell them what they're paying for. They're not paying for the drop of water that's coming from the sky, right? The customer says to you, water should be free. Well, you want to go to the reservoir with your bucket? Have at it. What you're paying for is the delivery of tons of water to your house. Treated, safe drinking water to your house. Customers just don't get that. In addition to not knowing how much water they use, they don't really realize what they're paying for. So we want to change how the customer perceives rates, and we need to change the messages for that. So we developed a couple of videos. This is one, it's called Water What You Pay For, and we can customize your utility logos on those uniforms. But it's an animation, 3-minute video that actually traces water as it falls from the sky or is pumped from the ground. As it goes through the system, there's a water meter on the right-hand side that increases in cost to what the average customer water bill is. And it shows the customer as it goes along, goes to the treatment process, pumping to the house, goes through the wastewater treatment, back out to the source. It shows what the costs are in delivering water to them. And then they get to understand that it's all those costs in between. That's what they're paying for. We also did another companion video, again, sort of in the same animation thing. Why are my water rates going up? So it's explaining that conservation is a long-term investment. Long-term, it'll keep rates lower, but in short-term, we have to collect the fixed cost. So it goes through a lot of that explanation. Both videos are on the Financing Sustainable Water webpage. Both are free to you. You can use them as is, or you can have us customize them for you. So we need to change the conversation. We need to get the customers to understand not only how much water they use, but the fact that they're actually getting a pretty darn good deal. I mean, we have the safest drinking water in the world, and we charge the most affordable rates for that safe drinking water. Yeah, you pay less in India, but you wouldn't drink it. I mean, what we have is such an interior utility secret that the customer is just completely taking it for granted. And so these are the kinds of things we need to change, and conservation needs to be part of that same message as well. So here's the screenshot of the Financing Sustainable Water webpage. Again, everything on this webpage is free to you. We were lucky we got a grant to build all these resources. We'd love it if you'd become a member of the Alliance for Water Efficiency. We can provide you additional support, but all of this is available to you free of charge. And so at this point, I'll just stop, and I think I've finished early even. There's my contact information. I'm really pleased to be here today. I'm always thrilled to come back home to Connecticut, so this has been a very special opportunity for me. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mary Ann. And if you want to get the best value for your money, please consider becoming a member for the Alliance of Water Efficiency. That's going to be the best money that you guys have ever spent, with the amount of resources, not only that are free, but the amount of expertise that goes behind that organization that Mary Ann is. How many years have you been leading that, Mary Ann?
Sorry?
How many years have you been leading the water efficiency program?
Since 1989.
1989. So you've been there a long time, okay? So that amount of expertise is unbelievable. So please consider your organization, your town, becoming a member of the Alliance of Water Efficiency. Okay, with that, we're going to take a break, and we'll be back. So don't you go away. Of the Aquarion Water Company, and Jeff has worked for the water industry for over 25 years, and as Aquarion's Water Company's Director of Supply Operations, he oversees a department of 75 people that produces drinking water for over 700,000 people in Connecticut. The department operates 29 reservoirs, 9 water treatment plants, a 60 pump station, 100 wells, 70 water storage tanks. Go figure, huh? You got a tough job, Jeff, all right? And Jeff has received his Bachelor of Civil Engineering degree from Villanova University and is a Master's of Science from Rutgers University. And without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Jeff Ehrlich. Right, left, and pointer.
Great, thank you. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to kind of continue the conversation that Amy and Mary Ann had. And Lori as well, but I guess the nice thing is, with Mary Ann, I was saying to her afterwards, she's put some financial facts behind what I'm going to talk about. So it's hopefully what I'm talking about is going to be a little more receptive to everybody when there is some financial answers to deal with some of the reductions in revenue and demands and things like that. But to get you started, just a little, I don't know if everybody knows about Aquarion Water. We've been around 160 years. P.T. Barnum was one of our first owners. And we primarily serve that Route 95 corridor, but we have another 75 systems up and down around the different parts of the state. And we are now wholly owned by Eversource Energy. We were purchased by them at the end of last year. Just to give you an idea, where we ran into our problem, I'll give a little backstory. I know some people have seen this presentation probably multiple times, but some of you, I'll give you some of the backstories. So Southwest Fairfield County, along the Route 95 corridor, is Greenwich, Darien, New Canaan, and Stamford. And that's a high demand area, a very affluent area, but has very high water demands. Greenwich, just to give you an idea, is the wealthiest town in Connecticut. It's it's in the top 10, 100 richest places to live. It's got a median house value of $979,000. And on top of that, Stamford is close behind. So it's a very wealthy end of the state that we're dealing with. So this is what happened in 2006. This is one of our reservoir curves. And the green line represents the 20-year average. The dashed line was 2015. The solid line was 2016, the drought. The Greenwich system traditionally goes down. It serves demands for a year at a time. It can't handle a 2-year drought. And essentially, we dropped into our drought curves in the fall of 2016. That's interesting, but this is what it looks like when you're standing at your reservoir. So this is our barge reservoir, which is in Stamford, that extends from Stamford into New York State. The left picture is what it looks like when it's full. The right picture is what it looked like in the fall of 2016. So we had a pretty significant water supply emergency in that part of the state. We were down to about 45 days of remaining supply for that part of the state. But this is how it started. It started like any normal year. That green line again is the 20-year average. This is where we are in June or July, or early July, and we're right on normal average demands, into July. We use, as a different presentation I'm going to do today, but we do reservoir modeling. So we project out the next 9 months to a year, the likelihood of where our reservoir is going to be based on rainfall, stream flows, demands, things like that, and it gives us a range of possibilities. That's a different presentation, but it's something we use, and we're always looking ahead. Well, we started looking ahead in the summer of 2016, and about mid-July, we were hitting a higher and higher likelihood that we're going to drop below our drought curves. So we issued our first request for voluntary restrictions on right around July 15th, asking people to voluntarily conserve because we saw the possibility of hitting our drought curves in the fall. And you can see we're well above our drought curves, way ahead of anything really happening at that point. So then about 2 weeks later, nothing had really changed. We met with the 4 towns, the first selectmen of all 4 towns, said, look, this is getting more serious. We need to, we're going to reissue this again, and we'd like you to come out and support for it. All 4 towns recognized that we were on this trajectory, and were supportive of us issuing it. So in around mid-August, we issued another request to reduce outdoor irrigation. And then right 2 weeks later, we issued a third request for voluntary restrictions. And then by mid-September, we had gotten to the point where we weren't confident that we were not going to run into a pretty significant issue. So we issued an outdoor water ban September 16th of 2006. I'm sorry, September 21st of 2016. Even still, before we hit any drought curves in the area, it was all based on our reservoir modeling, but trying to anticipate what was going to happen. What ended up happening is the demands did flatten out at the bottom. We ended up hitting drought curves, but we probably would have hit our third or maybe even our fourth curve if we hadn't reduced the demands that dramatically in September. Another thing that was something we saw, so this is the 4 towns. We also saw water to Suez. So this is graphs of each of the demands of the 4 towns, as well as the water we sell to Suez. And the red line represents when we put the outdoor water ban into effect. And essentially what you see is the demands, once that outdoor water ban went into effect, the demands dropped off dramatically from that point. And in almost all the cases, the demand dropped by half. So really what pointed out to us is half of our demands in that part of the state are related to outdoor water use. Another part of the story, another presentation, we ended up doing a lot of interim measures. Lori mentioned the plastic pipe down the Merritt Parkway. We ended up doing some temporary pump stations, temporary piping to bring water down from the Bridgeport system, our Bridgeport system, to bring it in to try to do what we could to stabilize that part of the system in that part of the state. So in the end, the reservoir, like I said, we showed before, kind of flattened out and started coming back up. But now we got another problem. Now it's December, and we're way down, still below a drought curve, and we have no idea what the spring is going to bring. So how do you prepare for the spring? Are we going to get back up to normal levels? Are we going to fill? Are we going to spill? We started having that conversation with the 4 towns of what are we going to do to prepare for next year? Because this is a 2-year drought. It's going to be worse next year, because if we don't fill, it's going to be a worse condition for next year. So we recognized water conservation was going to have to be part of the conversation, a big part of the conversation. And fortunately, we had already started down this road. We knew the Southwest regional demands, Southwest Fairfield County regional demands were higher than we could sustain. So we had already developed plans to expand our pipeline that brings water down to that state. In addition to that, there's some regulations, the stream flow regulations, they're not all going to have this impact on us, but in the calculations around the reservoirs, we realized that we didn't have as much safe yield as we had, and we're going to lose some more of that as part of the steam flow regulations that we're going to have to address. And then we had worked with Amy the year before and done a water use study. So it was great to have all that data and analysis that we could kind of lean on with the towns. What we found in Amy's study is that actually our customers weren't as big a users as we thought they were. Our average use for our customers is 83 gallons a day per person. The national average at that point is 88, but I think Amy said it's all the way down. This is a few years ago, so it's down into the 82, 83 range. But what we did find is our high users are very high users. Our top 1% use on the order of 700 gallons a day year-round. So that means in the wintertime they're using 700 gallons a day average. Now, they're not really using 700 gallons a day in the winter. They're using twice as much as that in the summertime, and it's averaging out. But on the other side of that, our bottom 50, our low customers were very low users. The bottom 50% of our customers only use 37 gallons a day per person. So half of our customers are actually very water efficient. It's our high-end customers that are use a lot of water. This graph, this is something Amy had developed for us, and it was extremely useful in the conversation. I'll try to explain all the different graphs because you may not see it in the back. The left column is all of our customers. The red represents how much they use outdoors, and the blue represents how much they use indoors. And you can see, the left. But then, as you move from the columns from left to right, the second column is the top 1% of our customers. The next column is the top 10% of our customers. The next column is the top 25. The second from the right is our top 50%, and all the way to the right is our bottom 50%. The green line represents how much of the water use they represent of all of our customer use. So the left bar, they're 100% of our water use. The top 1% represents 7% of our water use. So that in these 4 towns, the top 1% of our customers are using 7% of the water. The top 10% of the customers are using 33% of the water. And the top 25% of the customers are using 56% of the water. So we have 25% of the customers that are really using an outstripped, an out proportional source use of the demand, and really creating the problem for everybody else. Because going through an outdoor water ban is not something you want to. It's not pleasant. It's not enjoyable. It's you get a lot of feedback. You have the regulators, Lori's asking questions, the governor's asking questions, the town officials are asking questions, the businesses are asking questions, the landscapers, the power washers, the pool manufacturers, the water haulers. It is a big issue to deal with. And so we really want to do is limit the need to ever do that again, to hopefully never having to do it again, because the impact across all the customers and all the businesses is it's just significant. So what it really pointed out to us is that 25% of our customers are really creating demands that are really having an impact on the rest of our customers. And like you see all the way to the right, that bottom 50% are only using 21% of the water. So 50%, half of our customers are very low water users. It's that top 25% that's kind of skewing the whole scale. And I'll be honest, we did this for almost all of our towns, this analysis. Amy did this for us. And it's high here, I'm not going to deny that, but that proportionality is pretty much across the state. Even in small systems, you're going to find that 25% of your customers are using 50, 60% of the water. We found that all across the state. So what did we find? We found out that most of our customers are water efficient. There are a small number of users in each customer class that are very large users. We felt that outdoor water use really offered the largest potential for savings, and that goes back to that graph again. When you look at some of these outdoor bars, how much they're using, the red is outdoor water uses versus the blue, how much water is being used outdoor, and that's the average year-round. It's really probably double that in the summertime because it's being averaged. So we really felt the conservation should be focused on the high users in each customer class. But the other problem we had is it's now December or January, the reservoirs are down at that low level that we showed, and we're trying to figure out what we're going to do because we want to get it in place by May. So we really only had 5 months to implement this policy around 2-day-a-week restrictions. So we've reached out. Amy gave us a contact, and she referenced the graph before, Dallas, Texas. They had implemented the program 5 years before us. So they did 2 days a week. And they applied it to automatic and buried irrigation systems and hose sprinklers. It doesn't apply to handheld watering, drip irrigation, soaker hoses, or anything. And they did recommend a variance process. So it was great to have somebody who had 5 years under their belt. We used a lot of their documents, used some of their policies, because we figured they had been down this road. And they even came to make the presentation to the 4 towns when we kind of proposed this. And it was very helpful, big differences. I don't have them in here in this presentation, but we get 48 inches of rain a year. I think they get 28 inches of rain a year. Our average temperatures in the summertime are 82 degrees, theirs are 92 degrees. And even the woman who came up from Dallas, Texas said, if we can do 2 days a week in Dallas, Texas, there's no way you guys can't do 2 days a week in Connecticut. So it was a very compelling argument amongst the 4 towns. So we ended up going, so we used that. The variances. So we did implement variances recommended by Dallas. New plantings, because people are going to put in landscaping and grass and sod, things like that around pools and backyards and stuff. So you do have to give them the ability to do this. You don't want people to not be able to do the things that they want. You don't want to see the scene as a hardship. You want to see it that, hey, we're going to work with you to do the things you want to do, but really you can get around it and survive most of the year on 2 days a week. We exempt those properties for 5 weeks, and we are asking them to keep a permit on their site, in a window, so their neighbors can see that they've got it, because you'll see later we get phone calls, a lot of phone calls, people upset that their neighbors are watering when they're not supposed to be, so it at least clarifies some of that. Another variance we offered was a large property, because what Dallas found is that the large properties, you can't irrigate a whole 3-acre property in a day. So you need the ability to give them the ability to water more days than that. But we did put a stipulation here, and we have an irrigation auditor. Ted's here today. He's been going around doing those audits, and we want to make sure that they're using an efficient system. And then they also have to commit to a 15% water reduction from what they had used in 2015. And so far, we've had good results with that. Most of the people are doing what they can to meet that number and have successfully met that number. We also had some things around special circumstances. Let's say they're supposed to water on a Sunday, but it's a church, they prefer to water on a Saturday. We allowed those types of things, and everything was applied through our Aquarian website. Big part of this was communications. I think both Lori, Marianne, and Amy all mentioned communications. We did a lot of public presentations. That graph I showed you was very helpful. When you went into big presentations in the 4 towns and you just showed them how skewed the water demand and how out of kind of proportion it was, people really understood it, and we didn't get nearly the pushback that we expected. We did a lot of TV, radio, newspaper ads, emails. We put billboards up. We even had a mobile billboard going through the 4 towns. Just some quick pictures. This is one of the billboards at the train stations. A lot of commuters in that area, so we're hoping to get their attention. We had the mobile billboard driving through the 4 towns to try to get attention as well. Postcards, we sent multiple postcards to the customers so they all knew what the schedule was going to be and when it was taking effect. And so how did we do? So this is just a graph from left to right from 2010 to 2017. And what you'll see is in 2017, that was the first year we implemented 2 days a week. It was the lowest demand that we had in those 4 towns since 2010. So that was a positive outcome. Even when the red line represents total rainfall from May to September, and it was even below normal. So it wasn't like it was a really, really wet year and it just knocked down the demands. It did have the impact even on a below normal rainfall year. The other thing we noticed is days of the week. The bars are from left to right are Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And what you can see is the blue is 2010 to 2015 demand by the day of the week, and the red bar is what it was in 2017 after we implemented. And what you can see is basically every day of the week we knocked down demand. The other thing we noticed is we all kind of noticed in the industry, Monday, Wednesday, Friday are our big days because that's when all irrigation contractors like to set their schedules. And we did change that. So our peak days went from Monday, Wednesday, Friday to Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Saturday, our watering days. So we did change the behaviors of our customers, which was good to see as well. And just some other data, some additional data. So from May 1st to late October of that year, 2017, actually Greenwich received exactly the same rainfall in 2016 as it did in 2017. Skewed a little differently, but exactly the same amount of rainfall. But in the 4 towns, our demands were down 860 million gallons. So essentially half a reservoir. We saved on the order of a half a reservoir of demand that summer based on the switch. We estimate, because the nice thing we were able to do, Westport was not in the restrictions. So we were able to compare the Westport demands to those 4 towns, and they're comparable, kind of the way they use water. We'd say about half of the water savings was related to the 2 days a week, and about half of it was related to just the change in the way the rainfall came in the days and things like that. But overall, we saw a 15.8% reduction in demand through October and a 19.7% reduction through September. The reason that number kind of falls off in October is in 2016 in October, we had an outdoor water ban in place. So if we hadn't had that outdoor water ban in place in 2016, it probably would have been closer to that 20% all the way through October. And our implementation costs, just to give you an idea, we spent about $450,000 to save that much money. A lot of it around communications, all the advertising and things that were going on. The back office support, people going out in the field. We did have people going out and looking for identifying violators and then contacting them with phone calls and letters and stuff. So there was a lot of back office and in the field overtime as well. So overall, what was our lessons learned? There's a lot of back office work. It's not, you don't just do this and walk away and it's nice and quiet. You're going to get a lot of letters. You're going to get a lot of phone calls. There's a lot of research as things come in. Why is this person? Does this person? Should they be allowed to water? What's the issues around this person or that neighbor? You're going to have some neighbors turning each other in. You have to check to figure out what's going on there. Also, customers will find a way through the system. They'll find either through phone calls or emails or faxes ways to get. They want to be able to water. In some cases, and they will do whatever they can to get to the right person to tell them that they can water more than the 2 days a week. But the one thing, and Steve Geckler, he's the president of the Irrigation Association, he's here today as well. The irrigation contractors were much more supportive than we expected them to be. We met with them monthly, kind of had updates, and they gave us input on things. And really, the industry is really moving in this direction. So they were much more supportive of this than we expected them to be. So just around the different variances, so we had the new planting variance. We had a total of 187 that were granted in 2017. We had the system shut down. We didn't accept them for July and August, but that's when a lot of phone calls, faxes, emails come in because people have put down. It's amazing how many people try to plant sod the 3rd week of July, but a lot of people plant sod the 3rd week of July, and they want to be able to water it. So they will find their way through your system and find a way to talk to someone to say that they can water their sod through the heat of the summer. The other one is, so what we tried to do this year is a little more education around. We actually went out and met with the contractors, the local landscapers, the businesses to tell them, hey, there's going to be this restriction, try to set up your scheduling around that. Other one we ran into, new construction sites, new houses. Someone's got a closing date, they have to have grass established. And we worked with them on that. If the town had a building permit in place and it was a known project and it was something that was necessary to have a closing, we allowed them to water outside, in July and August in order to establish that law, in order to have the house closing. Extension requests. A lot of people would put in a request saying, hey, I'm going to put in new grass. The contractor's supposed to start on Monday. Well, the contractor didn't get there because it rained. He didn't get there till the following week. Hey, can I have an extra week? So we ended up kind of automating 2-week extensions. They just have to go to the website and say, I would like a 2-week extension. They get it without any questions asked. Large property variances, some lessons learned. We got 25 of those. It requires a inspection with an irrigation consultant or expert on looking at the efficiency of the system. And the feedback we got from the contractors is 3 acres might be too large. There's a lot of 2-acre properties that are having the same problem. Can we bring that down? So we did revise that down to 2 acres. So you can apply for a large property variance at 2 acres. Trying to coordinate with the irrigation contractors. We ended up, we're looking for some calculations from the irrigation contractors. So we have, our consultant can have a sense of if the system's an efficient system or not. And getting that information turned out to be complicated. So we had to set up some systems where the the owner is granting their irrigation contractor authority to kind of act as their agent, so we can have that communication directly with the irrigation contractors and kind of get away from the owner. A lot of the owners don't want to be in that conversation, don't want to track that kind of stuff down. And then we did find a lot of systems are not up to standards. A lot of these systems were installed in the 70s and 80s, and they really haven't done much to them since. And they're using old heads and old designs and old coordination. And so a number of them did have to get upgraded in order to meet this requirement. Something we piloted this year in 2018, this is feedback from the contractors and even the irrigation contractors as well as the homeowners, is a high efficiency variance. So if someone wants to, someone's got what they consider a high efficiency system, there's a lot of controllers out there that use weather stations and a lot of other available data, and we'll see, hey, there's a 100% chance it's going to rain tomorrow, so I'm not going to bother watering today because there's a 100% chance it's going to rain tomorrow. And they said, look, there's a lot of these systems out there. What can we do to kind of encourage these systems? So we started that this year with a high efficiency. We're running in, there's a few bumps with that, I'll be honest, because they're not all working with irrigation contractors, so it complicates things. A lot of them are buying the Ratio controllers online, installing them themselves, and they want to manage it themselves without an irrigation contractor. And there are some bumps in the road that we've had with that. But we did have the requirement that the system has to be in accordance with the Irrigation Association best management practices, and that they have to commit to a 20% reduction of what they were using in 2015. Overall, I think everybody's committed to that and hadn't had an issue with that. It's more around the paperwork and documentation between the owner, contractor, and ourselves. Enforcement, just to give you an idea of what we dealt with. So we did do inspections. We drove around in the mornings looking for people that are irrigating outside the schedule. And then if we did identify them, we did send a letter to the customer, and then also followed it with a phone call. And then we were sending weekly lists to the towns, Pura and towns and DPH, to let them know, just give them a sense of what we were running into. And give you an idea, we had 1,400 first violations. People were kind of caught the first time in 2017. But what we did find is people listen. So it dropped to 110 second violations, and then third violations dropped down to 5. So people, once they got the phone call, once they got the letter, once you had a conversation with them, they kind of understood what was going on, why we were doing it, what the benefit was, and they'd follow with their contractor and do it. Just to give you an idea around enforcement, pictures are very helpful. The guys were taking pictures in the morning, and when someone calls in and says, "No, I wasn't irrigating," and they can here's a picture from this morning. Here's the date on it, with your whole driveway wet and the front yard and the road wet. It's very effective, and it's amazing how people water a lot of pavement. We didn't realize how much pavement they water, but there's a lot of wet pavement out there. The other thing you're going to get around enforcement is people sending you emails. So, and just a couple of these, and so you have this balance. You're working with your customers and trying to get them to comply and work with them as much as possible. But on the other side of it, there's some people really irritated that they're complying, they're trying to do what's right, and their neighbors are not. So you'll get a couple of these anonymous notes. This one, every day there's a steady stream of water running from their bushes down the driveway. I de-wean every day. So you get these kind of comments, and so you have that other side of the equation where people really do want to see this being enforced and being applied to everybody. That they don't like the fact that it's not applying to their neighbors. And here's another one. This is my 5th and final time reporting this. If you're not going to enforce this, you've indicated for all of us, and I'm now going to start doing the same. So these are some of the conversations you end up having. The biggest thing I guess we've had trouble with around enforcement, the repeat offenders. Like I said, we dropped from 1,400, I think, to 200 once you talk to them once. But there is, we only really identified 5 or a total of 15 people in 17 that we were habitually dealing with, that every time we went by, their irrigation systems were on. There are more than that. We didn't catch the only 15 that are doing it. There are more than that. And over time, the program can lose credibility if you're not enforcing with those people as well. So that's something we're dealing with as well. The options are a shut-off, but that's got concerns. People are concerned about doing a shut-off for this type of thing. And it seems excessive, but it's something it does get their attention. We haven't done it yet, but I imagine it gets their attention. Fines, but we've heard from Dallas. Dallas had fines, and they said basically the people just pay escalating fines if they want water. They don't, we have some customers that basically send us a $10,000 check and tell us when that runs out, we'll send you another one. So, so they're not really worried about a $50 fine for irrigating outside the schedule. Also working with the town, so we have started sending emails to the town, just and letting them know, hey, we're notifying the town, and see if that worked. Another one that was brought up by our attorney is irrigation shaming. Setting up some kind of website where neighbors can kind of rattle. We haven't gotten there yet, but it is something it is something that's hard to address because you don't want to go crazy. You don't want to put a lot of time and energy in it, but the program can lose credibility over time if you're not going to deal with the repeat offenders. So we've expanded to two more towns in 2018. We expanded to Westport and Newtown. We did make the revisions, like I had said, that to the new planting, of allowing new construction sites, automating the 2-week extension. A large property was reduced from 3 acres to 2 acres, and we had the high efficiency of pilot variants as well. And repeat offenders, we're trying to work with the towns, although we haven't had as many get to the 3rd and 4th letters this year. I think we've only had a couple of them, right? Robin, I think only a couple at this point. And we tried to soften our sign language. We had a water violation sign we put in people's front yards, and people were very offended by the sign on their 2nd and 3rd violation. So we tried to soften that a little bit this year, and we haven't gotten quite the pushback on that as we did in the past. But I will tell you, a sign in someone's front yard really gets their attention. So the outcomes, we think the we found at the beginning, voluntary restrictions are ineffective. We asked 4 times people to cut their water use, and the reservoirs just kept on the same trajectory. So we don't see voluntary restrictions as effective. I think we have a better understanding of everyday water use. Most of our customers are water efficient. There is a small set of customers in each class that are very large users, and the outdoor water use offers the largest potential. We consider the 2-day-a-week restrictions were successful in 2017. We reduced the total demand by 860 million gallons, and it did have a positive impact in reservoirs. We had projected out if we had had those same demands, we probably would have had another drought curve. We wouldn't have gone as far into the drought curves. We would have had a drought curve in 2017 as well. So just giving an update. So I've updated it based on this summer's data. So 2018, May through August so far. And what you'll see is the same thing, those bars from 2010 to 2018, and actually 18 has lower total demand than we did in 2017 for the 4 towns. So that's, we've had that impact. The rainfall went up a little bit this year, but it's only 1 inch above normal over a 4-month period, so we don't really see that as having a huge impact on demands, but we've had the positive impact of having the lowest demands that we've had since 2010. And then the days of the week, looking at the days of the week, so what these are is the bars from left is Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And the blue bar is 2010 to 2015. The red bar is 2016. The green bar is 2017. The purple bar is 2018. And what you can see is 2016 and 17, when we had the 2-day-a-week restrictions, are both lower than they were previously to that. And again, what you see is Monday, Wednesday, Friday were the days of high demands in the past, and we've converted that to the water days. So we have had an impact on the behavior of our customers. And in the end, we've seen additional savings again this year as well. So what we did is kind of compare the rainfall for each of the years, the total demands for the 4 towns, that's the Southwest Fairfield County demand, and then the town of Greenwich, just because Greenwich has a big impact. It's a lot of people are always asking about Greenwich. And we see is we're about 1 inch above normal rainfall for the 4-month period, but we've saved almost 5 million gallons a day in average day demands for the whole summer, and about 2.4 million gallons a day just in Greenwich. So the estimated savings in the 4 towns is already 600 million gallons just through August, and we still have September and October to go through, and almost 300 million gallons just in the town of Greenwich alone. So, so overall, outcomes, we think irrigation's kind of become pervasive in some areas. We see it. I mean, we talk to the irrigation contractors. They're still installing hundreds of irrigation systems every year in towns like Greenwich, Stanford, Westport, Darien. So it's becoming pervasive. Anybody buys a house, upgrades it, wants to put it on the market, they're putting irrigation systems in. The grass will survive on 2 days a week. There's a lot of research out there, and like Dallas said, if they can survive on 2 days a week, we should be able to do. It's really, we look at it as the right thing to do. We're trying to find what we think is the most equitable balance of water use. You have the other competing interests, but the grass can survive on 2 days a week. It reduces the potential for droughts. Like we showed, the drop in demand in 2017, we would have probably hit a drought curve again. So it reduced that potential. On top of that, customer education is required. There's a lot of feedback from the customers, a lot of information. We're probably still need to do more than we've been doing to date, but there's a lot of customer education required. We did get a lot less pushback than we expected. We went to a lot of public meetings, a lot of Retired Men's Association meetings and Library Club Association meetings and stuff like that, and did these presentations. And when you put some of the data up there and show them the water use, I'm going to say 80, 85, 90% of the people in the room were very supportive. You'd get some pushback from 5, 10% of the people, but 85, 90% of the people really get it and understand, hey, it's a little wacky, some of the water use that's going on with some of our customers. Enforcement is required. We've noticed that even this summer. We got off to a little bit of a slow start in some of our enforcement, and as soon as we started enforcing, you could see the demands come down. So enforcement is required. People are paying attention, and we even see it right now. As our trucks are driving around in the morning, people will turn their irrigation systems off if they see our truck on the road at 5 o'clock in the morning. So enforcement does have an impact. You may, depending on your situation, rules or laws may be required. Fortunately, we're a private water company, and there's PURA has some rules, and we've got a rule that allows us to make these kind of decisions and implement these kind of strategies if we think they're in the best interest of the water system, but that might be different. The other thing that Marianne talked about, Marianne gave a great presentation on the impact on revenues. That's a big impact for us, fortunately, on the private side. We, and thank you to PURA for doing that, we are what we call decoupled. So we essentially agree with the state what we need to get as income in order to cover our costs. And if we end up taking more water money than that in, we have to give it back to the customers. And if we end up taking less money than that in, we end up getting to kind of do a surcharge to make up the difference. So we've kind of we don't have an incentive anymore to sell lots and lots of water in the summertime. And so we've been able to address it that way, but I think Marianne did a great job of explaining what the options are for the public authorities. And yeah, that's overall. So that's, I guess, the biggest concern, I think, for most people in the room is the impact on revenues, but it seems like there are some ways to work around that. And that's our postcard that goes out every year. And then any questions? Thank you.
So we're going to get started this afternoon with a discussion, presentations on something that I think is critically important to the water industry is workforce development. And the generations that come after us are really very important. We in our group and the health department try really hard to bring on the people that come that are new to our group. We try to foster a relationship with those new people so that they would stay and stay with the state, stay in water. We try to make it as much as you can as a regulator be fun and exciting and challenging. It certainly is challenging, and provide opportunities for people. But our young people have to learn about the water industry, and you're going to hear a lot about that today. There's a lot of investment going on by the three people that you're going to hear from. So I'm here to introduce David Kuzminski. Doesn't need any introduction, but I'm going to give him one because it's quite interesting, Dave. David is a graduate of the Hartford Conservatory of Music. I didn't know that. And holds an associate's degree from Middlesex Community College. He began working for the Portland Water Works Department, and here, the people from Portland, we're over here, right? In the 1970s. You got nothing. And he was only 15. It's amazing. And now serves as a director of technology. Amazing. You do a lot of great stuff. And there's so many things he crossed out on this bio, which I want to read some of it. So I'm going to read through the crosses. Dave, and he mentioned that he became chair of the Conservation Committee, which is now the Sustainability Committee that is hosting this event, in 1990. He's a past chair of the Cross Connection Committee, Public Information Committee, C.T. Warren Steering Committee, is active on the Legislative Committee. And there's always legislation that's being teed up that has to be discussed, so that's an important one. Dave is very, very involved. So Dave is a co-created the Water for People course for the Portland High School. So as you can tell, Dave's been fully invested in this town of Portland, which was the first of its kind in the country that allowed students to sit for the Small Water System Operator Certification. The first in its country. First of its kind. Amazing. In 2010, the course garnered the EPA's Environmental Merit Award. And in 2014, it was awarded the Joint Educational Public Health Drinking Water Merit Award, awarded by my staff from the Department of Public Health. As of 2016, the Water for People course partnered with the MDC, Metropolitan District Commission in Hartford, and created the Learn and Earn program, which you're going to hear a lot about, which exposes students to careers in the water industry. This past year, Dave taught the Water and People course at Bloomfield High School. At this time, Dave runs water boot camps across Connecticut successfully using this model. So I want to welcome Dave Kosminski to speak.
Thank you, Lori. And again, thank you all who attended. I think this workshop far exceeded our expectations and the attendance. We knew we had a great lineup of speakers and so forth, so we hope you're enjoying it. But anyway, getting down to workforce sustainability and workforce development has been a passion of mine for many, many years. I've been in the industry 45 years now, and it's we have to start filling that pipeline behind all of us here who are getting on in their careers, in the twilights of their careers. So basically, hence the Water People course. And this course has garnered, as Lori said, many successes. I was fortunate enough last month to speak at for the National Governors Association Water Nexus out in Minneapolis, St. Paul, where I presented, of how we did it, and again, we're the first one in the country at the high school level, so it's a huge feather in the state's cap as far as that goes. And I would be remiss to say that we couldn't have done this without Lori's staff and the Connecticut State Health Department on developing the curriculum, which is an approved curriculum, by the way, with Bill Sullivan, Vicki Carrier, who spent endless hours, and Professor Wes Winterbottom from the Gateway Water Program and so forth. So we've made a lot of accomplishments, and as a result of that, we've been able to move things ahead. But just giving you a little background on the course itself. When I was becoming chair of the Connecticut section way back in 2017, somewhere around there. No. When was I chair? 12 years ago?
Early 2000s.
Yeah, early 2000s. Well, anyway, I was starting to do some research, and statistically back then, working with Bill Sullivan, there was predictions of a 40% brain drain, in the personnel within the water industry. The state of Connecticut, as of then, had 1,020 certified operators, treatment operators. 40% of that, or 432, would be eligible to retire within the next 5 years. So that's a staggering statistic that, I think is starting to come to fruition. The chickens are coming home to roost. We had a kind of a dip in the economy back in the 80s, and because of that dip, people kind of postponed their retirements, but that has gone away. So, but it still exists. So we began this process 9 years ago, and I had an initial meeting with our board, our Connecticut section board, and the superintendent of the schools of how we got this program started. And again, going back then, the school system was very interested in it. The section, we had a working relationship with the Town Tech program. We hosted the Connecticut section website, the CWWA website, so we already had a connection, through my Town Tech educational partnership, which basically gives students real-life projects, hence hosting and maintaining the websites and so forth. So basically, moving forward, what the Board of Education did, they requested that we do a presentation for the Board of Education, which we did, and proposing the course and focusing on careers within the water industry. The feedback from the Board of Education at the time was very positive. I worked with the Connecticut Section Education Committee, partnered with the Town Tech program and Portland High School, and also we brought Gateway Community College. I've been worked with Professor Wes Winterbottom at Gateway for many, many years, as well as the health department personnel, from a standpoint of basically developing a curriculum that met the mustard according to the state standards of being able to develop a curriculum which adhered to the small water systems operator certification. So we worked with Bill, and we worked with Vicki and Lori's staff on developing a curriculum that met all of those requirements. We did that after many, many months of meetings and so forth. So as things progressed forward, the goal was to offer the class to juniors and seniors with an end result as with the students eligible to sit for the state Connecticut operator small water systems exam, and then hopefully continue on to the Gateway curriculum to get more advanced credits. So at the very least, if they didn't do that, at least they would get exposed to careers within the water industry, to that high school population. So that was very, very successful, The concept, innovation was the first of its kind. As Lori said, we were the first high school course in the country to develop a certification for high school seniors to become certified as operators. There are many college programs out there, community college programs, but we were the first, on the high school level, Again, the curriculum, as I stated, was designed to satisfy the requirements to meet those small water systems, exam certifications, and as well as the state boardification. That was the other hat that we had to put on the hat rack, because we had to adhere to the State Board of Education course requirements as well. So we did that, and basically at the completion of the course, the students would be eligible, to sit for the operator in training exam, As that we rolled out that program, and the course basically consisted of training labs, lab schedules, We did total coliform sampling, we did filtration, we built filters, pressure tests, flow tests. We introduced them to issues of cross-connection, water quality, meter testing, and operator safety, and we did a lot of field trips. The course was very, very hands-on, and I think that's what, why students liked it so much, because it wasn't just sitting there teaching out of a textbook, as far as that goes. We also developed a collaboration with Wes's Winterbottom's cooperation. Again, we had a curriculum committee that developed the curriculum, and we developed an MOU with the Gateway Community College that stated that if the student passed the class and again passed the state exam and became a small water systems operator, they would get advanced credit in the Gateway program toward their Environmental 101 course. So that was huge to get that happening, But again, it takes a village, and working with the committee members and all of the partners, kind of like what we have here this afternoon. But the partnering with all of the state agencies was critical, as well as with the educational institutions, the Board of Education, the school system, and so forth. They were very, very supportive. In fact, we even had our school superintendent at the time, take the class, and she became certified as a small water systems operator. Working with the Connecticut section, the town of Portland, again, worked with the Connecticut section, and for the first year of the course, the Connecticut section actually funded the course for $7,500, to start the program as seed money. So the school system, that was one of the things, this is a great course, but who's going to pay for it? So the Connecticut section stepped up at that time, and with the understanding that the funds were for the first year of the course, and played a major role in the successful sustainability of the program. And we also developed outside funding from federal levels for sustainability of this important course, okay, into the coming years. Moving along, again, for the terms of funding, we had to create this curriculum, and we offered this curriculum free of charge, okay, with the stipulation to any school system that wanted to implement it. So that was one of the issues, and again, to help the water industry deal with the looming workforce issues. Again, the memorandum of understanding, okay, that we would share it with any other school system. Right now, we have one school system in Nebraska that's using it. I've got one in out west in New Mexico that's actually using it as far as that. So it's made its way around. To the point, we funded, we have 67 students that have gone through the course since 2009, okay. I basically co-teach the class with a biology teacher, Sebastian, otherwise known as Seb Augustino, and he's it does a lot of the chemistry, the certified teacher part of it, okay? And we arranged 18 labs, many field trips, and again, the Connecticut section stepped up and offered to each one of the students a one-year membership in AWWA. So that was just a little carrot that we threw out there, to the students. The class ran its course basically for 6 years at Portland High School. We had a change of superintendents, and then that class was eliminated from Portland High School, okay? Working hard, we had a year and a half hiatus. Last year, we developed a relationship with the help of Mr. Ray Burrell from MDC with the Bloomfield school systems. And last year, we taught the class for the first time at Bloomfield High School. And these are just some of the pictures of the kids in the class. Up in the upper right-hand corner, that's my partner in crime, Seb, and so forth. We did a lot of public, for safety exercises. They did live fire exercises, working with fire extinguishers, doing labs, and so forth. And as you can see, there's Bill Sullivan. He comes in, and we had a lot of outside speakers that came in to give their perspective of careers within the water industry. So it has moved along, and we've developed that relationship with Bloomfield, and we're hoping to work with some other schools this year as far as that goes. So again, as Lori said, we were able to garner some very nice awards. The EPA 2010, we have our first selectman, Miss Susan Bransfield, and I went to Boston, and then obviously EPA Administrator Jane Downing was very instrumental in helping the class, and she was also instrumental in getting us funding to do one of our first water boot camps here, which we did for Aquarion Water. So. And this is just, as Lori said, I was awarded from the State Health Department that Environmental Merit Award for public health. So we do appreciate that. That was back in 2014. So going ahead, as far as that goes. Okay, what we've done in developing the program, we've also worked with water utilities, one of which is MDC, and Ray's going to talk a little bit more about that, for their Learn and Earn program, which is a program, again, that Scott Jallison and the MDC folks realized that we had there's going to be coming a severe shortage in their personnel within the next 5 years of their personnel retiring. So what we did is we've been putting together, and it's kind of the water and people program on steroids. We do a 2-week, very condensed, very concentrated course on a lot of the components of the full water and people curriculum. The water and people curriculum is technically a 72 contact hour course, which meets the state standards. It is now classified as a STEM course now. That's one of the other clarifications that we kind of altered the curriculum to make sure it fits into the STEM requirements. So what we did is we worked on putting videos together for, and you're going to see one right now, that we did for MDC. This is for their Learn and Earn program, and basically, hello, what did I do? That's you, okay. As far as that goes, so Kevin's going to bring this up, this video up, and basically, we worked with Ray and putting videos together, and you can go back to on the Connecticut section. We have all of the videos from all of the boot camps that we've done previously in the state. We did boot camps for Aquarion. We did boot camps actually for Regional Water Authority, and the last 3 years, this is the third one that we've done for the Metropolitan District. And every year we do a video, and we kind of interview the kids on their take on what they learned, what they thought of the program, and so forth. So enjoy.
Metropolitan District Commission is a water wastewater municipality that serves approximately 400,000 people. We have about 473 employees here. As predicted, we could have about 150 employees exiting the workforce within 3 years. The Learn and Earn program is a 4-week program where we introduce students selected from our member towns to all the vast career opportunities that we have within our organization. After completing the 4 weeks of the program, these students are excited and energized and have something to look forward to. There's opportunities out there they never knew existed.
I was interested because I like water, working on water, and we do water treatment at our school. We learned about the water cycle, and I thought I can go and learn more about it.
We've been going around from facility to facility. Specifically at Reservoir 6, we were in the laboratory, we took some test samples, and then we went and used the pH scale and a turbidity meter to look at the turbidity of the water and determine whether the water was acidic or it was a grease.
We went to Bart Hempstead, and one of the first things that we did there was we went into the forest. They're basically saying that where there are many trees, the water is filtered better. They tell us about the wildlife there and all the birds and just everything that you could see there. And I felt more in my comfort zone when I was there because since I'm in bioscience, we're always outside in the woods looking for deer, planting trees and all that. So that was really fun. We also went in the tunnel where we saw the tunnel of pipes, where the pipes run and you get water, and it was really cold because of the water temperature. But it was still really fun to think that, someone actually built this and it's been there for years. The boat ride was really cool.
We grabbed samples of water and we tested the turbidity, we tested the chlorine, we tested the pH. Me and my friend Nyla, we did a filter, we worked on our filter, and ours had the lowest turbidity rate, so that means it was the best, and we had a challenge point, and that was good. We had a layer of sand, rock, and gravel, and then we had charcoal, and then we put stuffing, I think, around it.
My filter, I would say, it didn't go so well because the turbidity was over 200, so that's terrible. You want to keep it below 0.5. That's the state regulation, 0.5. And the NBC staff, they're pretty cool, I really enjoyed being here, and I actually looking for a job opportunity later on in life to work here. I think I would work at West Park with filters because I like that place the most because they have the sand filters and all the filtration systems. The process of how the water has to go through the sand bed to get all those tiny microscopic particles out of it, that's what interests me the most.
We have utilities across the country that cannot find operators to run their water and wastewater systems. We have been lucky enough and been proactive enough to develop programs built within the community high school systems, and we're looking to have the local regional schools build that succession planning for us. The MDC partners with the Water and People program in Portland, Connecticut. Dave Kaminsky has developed a curriculum in the Portland school system to actually allow the kids to get their small systems drinking water licenses through DPH. That program was a huge success over the years in Portland, and we asked Dave to help us migrate that program into our Bloomfield school system. There is a great opportunity here for kids within our region to get their education in the water and wastewater industry?
At first, I was a little nervous because I didn't know what I was coming into. The people in the industry are really nice. They're respectful, they're understanding, they're interesting when they talk about the water cycle and about the wastewater. You can see they're passionate. It makes you want to come here and learn more.
Just like how you tell your little kid, oh, you're gonna grow up and be a doctor. No one says, oh, you're gonna grow up and treat water for humanity. No one says that. So this opportunity really is a really good. It's a really good program to help us high school kids figure out what we're gonna do. Like myself, I don't know what I'm gonna do. So I think this is something that I'm really considering.
My main goal in my career that I wanted to go into was I wanted to help people. I wanted to be a child advocate, but when you're working with water, you're helping everyone, so that's good. I wanted to do something that made me happy, and it seems like whenever people talk to us, they really enjoy their job. And so I think this would be a good fit for me, and I wanted to help the environment as well, just because that's very important. Like, that's where we live, that's where we're going to live. And I think more people, especially my age, should probably research more jobs in this industry because they're never going away, as Dave was saying, and we need more people in the industry.
So as you can see, we had quite a diverse population of students from all of MDC's area towns, and Ray's going to talk about that right now and so forth. But without any further ado, continuing on, okay, I want to introduce hopefully the next president of AWWA, okay, Mr. Raymond Burrell. He is served he's right now a vice president of AWWA, correct, Ray? Okay. He's been with MDC as director of water quality.
No, assistant manager of water treatment and supply.
Assistant manager of water treatment and supply. So without any further ado, and he was a key component in developing not only the Learn and Earn program, but also developing our relationship with Bloomfield High School. So please put it together for Mr. Ray Burrell.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're all rested after lunch? Before I get started, I just wanted to give the wait staff a round of applause for the nice job they've done here in this beautiful facility. I also want to apologize, our CEO, Scott Jellison, who was scheduled to be here today and tag team me on this presentation, was unfortunately couldn't make it the event. So I just want to pass on his apologies to all of you. The morning has been interesting. It was very interesting listening to all the discussions, and it's really an honor to be here today. I want to thank Dave and the Sustainability Committee for the invite, and I'm certain that this will be just one of many more in a series of workshops to come. As Vice President of AWWA, I have the pleasure of traveling across the country to other sections and visiting other sections. And I could honestly say that Connecticut does a lot of things well. And then I could also say there's things that we don't do as well as other states, in our country. We talked about the drought earlier, and there's been a lot of presentations on the drought and drought readiness and lessons learned. And I think all of us were caught off guard with the drought, only because we haven't seen one to that severity, that level of severity in so many years. Some of us haven't even experienced that level of drought within our careers. So I know that when the health department asks you to send in your drought response and your drought capacity report every week, it's for a reason. It's so we don't get complacent. And there's so many things that we get complacent. In Connecticut, we live in a water-rich state, and I think for that reason, we just get complacent and take it for granted. There's so many things that we don't experience here that are happening around the country. You just take a look at what happened in the Carolinas. Take a look at what happened out in Texas last year. When you think 50 inches of rain isn't possible, or 30 inches of rain isn't possible, well, it's possible. Now, whether or not it's going to happen here in Connecticut, that remains to be seen. But all it's going to take is one Cat 1 hurricane, and it's going to demolish Connecticut. You'll have some more trees down, more roadways, people out of power. It'll be a nightmare situation for all of us. So I guess the message really when it comes to sustainability is that you got to do a lot of planning and you got to do a lot of preparing. And I think that's what's the important message here today. I'm going to follow up a little bit on what Dave spoke about. And again, one of the challenges for us, we talked about the challenges about water conservation and water loss. Those are huge challenges that all utilities face, and I think that we could do a better job in that arena as well. But we're going to talk about the challenges of the loss of skilled workers. As was mentioned in the video, we have about 150 employees that can retire in the next 3 years at the MDC. So we have, I believe the count was last week, about 475 employees. So could you imagine 150 of their best people leaving for the next 3 years? We're already experiencing the hardship of losing this talent, such talent that's accumulated over 30 years. We've had so many people with 30 plus years of experience. You just can't get that back. You just can't get it back right away. So that's the challenges that we face, at the district. And I know that utilities across Connecticut and across the country are experiencing the same thing. Take a look at the classified ads. You're seeing more and more vacancies pop up, more and more opportunities pop up. And I talk to these utility leaders and they're having difficulty backfilling these positions. They can't get the certified operator in there, or they don't have people that want to move over. But the challenges for the Human Resources Department is even worse. You got the recruiting challenge. We're not the only industry that's facing this issue. There's manufacturing, there's other business sectors, that are also experiencing the same, silver tsunami, as many people like to refer to it. So everybody's leaving, everybody's exiting the workforce. And there's so many people that I know now, people I started to work with early on in my career that are now retired and have moved on. But not only are you losing them to retirement, but these other opportunities that are being created at the utilities may draw some of your other skilled and professional people over to their side. I can honestly say that our internship programs have really produced some great workers for some of you. We have an unbelievable college internship program, and this year alone we hosted 39 college interns. Most of them paid $16 an hour, and they weren't. It was open field for applicants. So you didn't even have to live in Connecticut to apply. And there's been so many success stories and so many the college interns that have come and worked for us, and me personally, that are now working for you. And that mentor-mentee relationship doesn't go away. They're always reaching back out, and we're reaching back to them. And working with these young adults, whether at the high school level or at the college level, I can honestly say they're much more smarter than we were when we were that age. There's so much talent out there right now, it's unbelievable. So we were facing this issue. We understood this was coming along many years ago, several years ago. In 2012, Dave, the Connecticut section, and the MDC partnered, and EPA, partnered on a water boot camp, but that was just a one-week program. We knew that was successful, and that was an unpaid internship at that point. But under the leadership of Scott Jellison, we wanted to develop something a little bit more robust, a little bit something on steroids, as they would say, a program on steroids. So we developed the Learn and Earn program. And for 3 consecutive years now, we've hosted that program and have built upon that, getting stronger and stronger every year. We usually limit it to 12 students. That seems to be a manageable level for us. And it's quite an investment for the utility. There's a lot of logistics that are involved with it. We start sending out a letter of interest to all the member high schools within our member towns. And we asked the superintendents, the principals, the other educators and key contacts within those schools to recommend to us who they want in our program. We want the best of the best. We want kids that are actually interested in being there. We don't want to just have somebody there because it's a summer job. So the students that you've seen in that video this past year were by far the brightest that we've ever had. And I will tell you that there's probably about 60% of them that want to work for the MDC now because of everything that they've been exposed to. You know, it's a 4-week paid internship program, and the collaboration that we have with the Water and people and the Portland instructors and Dave is incredible. The first 2 weeks of the program, as David mentioned earlier, we really focus on a crash course in all the careers within the water and wastewater utility. It could be, we start, you know, again in the classroom with the introduction of human resources, professional development, environmental health and safety, and then we progress at a rapid pace for the next 2 weeks, visiting all of our different departments within our organization, from water supply to water treatment to wastewater, engineering, GIS, customer service, distribution. The list goes on and on and on. And again, there's not a minute in that schedule that isn't busy. Students are participating in activities in the laboratory. You see them on the Connecticut River taking samples. They're building filters. They're doing a number of things. And they're learning and they're being exposed to the dozens of MDC employees that have devoted their time over the course of 4 weeks. These are dedicated employees who really care about what they do, and they really care about these students. Because we know these students are the future of the MDC. They're going to be the future leaders of the MDC. So we know how important it's been to reach out to the college students. And again, we have many success stories. We have so many college interns that have gone through our program that are now full-time employees for us. One of them is now Director of Operations. So there are some success stories at the college internship level, and we're hoping to turn that high school internship, Learn and Earn, into greater success stories as we move along here. Some of the pathways also, we've taken some steps to develop some entry-level positions for these students to actually get into the MDC. You see with 3 unions, with collective bargaining restrictions, it's very difficult at times to bring people in at entry-level positions. So what we've done is worked with the unions, and we actually created some job consolidation, so they actually have positions now that are really multitask positions, and they're able to do more, whereas before they were restricted on those certain activities. Then we created these great entry-level positions, a plant operator and trainee for both the water and wastewater. Again, wastewater is a component of this Learn and Earn. So that was you know, something that's in addition to what Dave was teaching, and we also brought in some instructors on the wastewater side as well for their time within that instruction. But these plant operator and trainee positions, I'm proud to say that we just created these positions at the end of last year, and we just finally brought one in. We hired one last week. And what this allows us to do is bring somebody in who's not actually licensed, but actually who has passed the certification exam. So all they have the OIT license, but yet they're not required to have a certification. So that was really a stumbling block for us, because we were always looking for a Class 4 licensed operator to come in at the get-go, and trying to get somebody entry level was very difficult for us. The professional level trainee, that's a college graduate, but then again, that is at the entry level. So this person comes in and can be exposed to a variety of different tasks within our organization. So professional level trainees and the plant operator trainee are great avenues to now bring in these young adults into our organization. There's a special place in my heart for the POIT, only because in 1989, that's how I started. POIT with Connecticut Water Company. So I really have a great interest in that position, and I know that I know the success that could come out of it as well. And again, I mentioned the successful college internship program, and then the Learn and Earn program only built on that, but it goes well beyond that. The students that have participated thus far, we've had nearly 36 of them that have participated thus far in that. continue to keep in touch and continue to reach out. On the last day of this year's program, I didn't realize it until the following day when I walked in my office and on my grease board it said, "Hire Ben." You've seen Ben talking about how his filter failed, but and he works to work at West Hartford Filters, but it was just I got a big smile on my face when I walked in the next morning and he said, "Hire Ben." Then he shows up on the following Monday to steal some chocolates off of somebody's desk just because he wanted to say goodbye one last time. But those are the things that we're doing at the MDC. We know how valuable this program is. We know how valuable the investment in the future is for the MDC. And we think that reaching out, not only at the college level, but also at the high school level will reap rewards for the future. That's what we're doing at the district. And again, it's the buy-in from top down. It's not just the CEO. It's not just the board of commissioners. It's all the employees. All the employees pour their heart out into this program and believe in it and understand that what they do is important. And they want to make sure that passion is transferred over to these high school students, and it really is. So that's our program. And this is you'll see. This is at the end we hold a ceremony, just a recognition ceremony for their accomplishments. We invite their parents. We invite health department officials there. We invite all the participants, all the MDC participants in this graduation ceremony. And it's a wonderful event. It's very rewarding, and we take great pride in it. Can't thank Dave enough for all the work he's done. The guy is the most dedicated when it comes to workforce development. He always has been passionate, and he's a mentor to me too. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ray. So what we're going to do is, you saw the video on our high school internship. We also produced a video for Scott and Ray for the college internship, okay? And again, the investment and the time is, there we are, okay. And you will see Scott Jallison on this one. We did, he came in, interviewed all of the kids, talked to our kids, is on the high school level, but again, the commitment and the dedication from the MDC and their hierarchy is phenomenal, and again, we certainly do appreciate working with them. So enjoy this is the college intern video.
Is a regional water and wastewater authority which serves more than 400,000 people. The MDC has developed an intern program that's been growing over the last 15 years, bringing local kids in for summer help to work in all of our departments, anywhere from finance to treasury to customer service to operations to the water treatment, wastewater treatment departments. Our employees' average age is about 52. We are expecting to retire more than 250 employees in the next 5 years. So we are right now aggressively trying to educate and train our succession for the future.
I just graduated from the University of Hartford this spring with a bachelor's degree in civil engineering. Oftentimes I'll go out with the operator and we'll go around to the reservoirs, taking samples that they analyze down at Reservoir 6. And also you go to the chem plant and into the main office and plug in the values of the water levels into the SCADA system. I definitely like seeing how it all comes together, because from school you learn about one specific treatment plant and go to the next one, but here you get to see companies that supplies water and see how they have different dams and reservoirs that they use and pump stations and different plants that you can see how it all connects, and you even get to see like the map to the pipeline. I can see myself working in a water utility. I'd like to do more of like the engineering aspect, or like definitely water quality, but it's working with like a utility such as the MDC is definitely something I can see myself doing.
I'm very glad to see that Elijah applied to work out here. This type of process, water treatment industry, water distribution, would be attractive to younger people because you get to learn an array of responsibility. Here at the treatment plant, you have to know a little bit of chemistry, a little bit of biology, a little bit of algebra. There's an assortment of jobs that one can transfer into. The rate of pay is very good. We also have health benefits here. We have a lot of paid time off as far as holidays, vacation, and on time. So there's a good incentive that once you get hired here to stay here.
What surprises me about the water industry is how vital it is to the state infrastructure and to the community, and it's really nice working with the IT department because everybody here is vested in guiding me professionally so that I can get the most information out of this internship. So I'm studying computer science with a cybersecurity concentration at the University of Connecticut. Day to day, there usually be some impromptu tasks. Somebody's having some technical issues here and there, some devices that need to be deployed sometimes. And I would basically offer a hand in any of those things. On the other hand, I'm working on a couple of side projects. For instance, I'm currently doing a bunch of server scans, trying to find all the possible security vulnerabilities within the company's infrastructure and putting together proposals in order to remedy each vulnerability.
So in high school, I went on a tour here actually, and I was really interested in the plant. So I really wanted to work here at some point. So I just actually looked up this company. So I just, applied. I saw that they had an opening, so that's how I applied and then got the position. In the morning, we just calibrate all the instruments. We gather samples that come directly here from Reservoir 6. I do pH testing, turbidity, conductivity, odor, alkalinity, hardness, calcium. Everything I do in my classes directly relates here, so it's I can apply my real skills into this setting. I think a lot of people take water for granted, where it comes from and everything, so this is why I like working here. You can actually see what's happening. Everyone that works here works really hard, so I can really learn from them. It is my goal to work in a water utility setting. I'm still in school, but after I graduate officially, I'm planning on working in a laboratory setting.
I was looking for an internship that was more broad and that would allow me to see all the different aspects of water treatment and wastewater. The Learn and Earn program is a group of high school interns selected from all around the Connecticut area. The whole point of the program is that they can figure out what they want to do in water and wastewater treatment. I helped coordinate their schedule and working with their financial paperwork. I learned a lot because my daily functions when they started coming here would be I would go around and tour with them. So I learned everything that they had learned as well, which was really informational, and it helped me get a more well-rounded experience. Though right now I have a concentration in international business, I've been able to do a lot of kind of more managing stuff with the 10 interns in the Learn and Earn. So being able to be organized and figuring out their schedule and making sure that they're all in the right place at the right time is helping me realize that maybe management is more the type of thing that I want to do in the future.
I applied for this internship at MDC when I was a junior in college. I didn't really have any expectations of, what it was going to be like. I ended up loving it. I worked in customer service and utility services, and 9 weeks really changed everything, honestly. It really changed the trajectory of my career path. I've always wanted to go into public relations. That was what I was going to school for. But I kind of decided, after doing this, I wanted to work for a company that was close to home instead of, an international company. I wanted to make a difference, where I was. I really loved the program, and then I did have the opportunity to come back and work in human resources, which is exactly where I wanted to be, and now I'm overseeing the internship program, so kind of a full circle.
One really big thing that's important to us with the internship program is team building. So one thing these interns did was they did a group fundraiser. They had 2 big sales. They raised about $2,000 for nursing housing and shelter. They provide meals for people in the community. They provide temporary housing. Today what interns are doing is they're filling backpacks with supplies. It's really to help the residents of Hartford who are going through a tough time. They worked really hard today. They were out mulching and gardening. They were cooking, and they were sitting with the residents. So we're wrapping it up today, but they did a fantastic job, and their bake sale went a long way. This is kind of, you know, a way for them to see what that money is going to.
After the intern program is completed, we get a chance to try them on as a possible employee. We monitor their reaction to different assignments, and if there is an opportunity, we will more than gladly review it to see if that's a possibility of bringing that person on.
Given the fact that we're going to have 250 employees retire over the next 5 years, what we have developed is an entry-level position for college students, which allows an engineering or an accounting student to be involved in all different aspects of the MBC, so that when they do graduate and have the opportunity to go into different departments, they have a full understanding of how the MBC operates. You can only benefit by having and educating your employees to understand the full aspects of the business. So we spend a lot of time putting our students out in the field, and so they can feel and touch things, so they understand as they're doing their accounting, as they're doing their engineering, as they're doing their customer service related outreach, they understand the other departments and how they affect those departments as they do their job.
So as you can see, not only does NBC invest in their Learn and Earn program for the high school entry-level students, but also for the college intern program. And as Ray says, it has reaped many benefits on their end as far as that goes. But Ray, thank you for sharing that with us and so forth. And now, continuing on before, last but not least, on our workforce development, we would like to bring to the podium a gentleman that has been with the Connecticut section for many, many years, but Ted Norris began his employment at the Regional Water Authority in 1990 as a project engineer, and he has held positions of increasing responsibility throughout his employment and is currently the authority's Vice President of Asset Management. Okay, so all you guys in the Water and Sewer Commission, pay attention, all right? The Authority Asset Management Division is tasked with ensuring that the authority's assets are managed in the highest level of financial and operational efficiencies, and these assets include reservoirs, treatment and distribution facilities, water mains, land, vehicles, and equipment. Ted holds a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from the University of New Haven and is a registered professional engineer in the state of Connecticut. So please welcome Mr. Ted Norris. And Ted's on the injured reserve. He's got a pinched nerve in his back, so I got a stool for him if he gets it needs to sit down here. So Ted, it's all yours.
Thanks, Dave. So I've really never had back problems or pinched nerves. I got one this weekend. My wife's had them in the past. I have a new appreciation for what that is. Oh my goodness, that is painful. Really painful. Did you notice a similarity about the three guys that were up here this afternoon?
We all use the same barber.
We're all talking about succession and hiring new employees. I think we were all really worried about it. Well, we are. So if I end up sitting down, it's just because my legs won't support me anymore. Great to be here, great to be talking about the same subject. Why are there three speakers in the afternoon talking about trying to hire new employees and employee programs? Because it's that important, it's that critical. Ray talked about how many people from his organization could go out. At the Regional Water Authority, we have about 50% of our employees could retire in the next 5 years. The interesting thing, though, is we've been saying that for at least 5 years, maybe longer. The folks aren't rolling out. They're just not rolling out yet, probably to the things that Dave talked about. But when they do roll out, they're now rolling out with 35 and even 40 years of service given to the Regional Water Authority. What we have seen is when we've done some hiring, now we are hiring for excellence. We look inside, of course, and we look outside, but we have found some great hires out there. If you really look hard, you can find the right people. They have to be the right fit and everything else that you hire for, but we feel we've done really well. So part of the things that the authority are working on in terms of ensuring that there's a workforce coming down the road, I'll talk about right now. The Authority's Environmental Careers Summer Program started with the original boot camp that was done in 2004 by Dave Kaminsky and Seb Agostino. It was a great program. It dove deep into the operational aspect of the organization, and we really appreciated that. That caused us to think about what we want to do. Do we want to do something similar or something maybe a little different? When we began looking at running our own program, we looked for a funding source at the Watershed Fund. Thank you. Thank you. Which was started in 1999. The fund's mission is to protect water quality by acquiring watershed land and promoting environmental education. So using that funding source, we thought that it would be appropriate to base our summer program on the environmental fields, students that are heading into the environmental fields. So our environmentally oriented summer program was launched in 2012. AWWA has supported and partnered with the New Haven Charter School Common Ground High School for a long time, since 2011 actually. In 2016, we expanded that to become their adopted water utility, adopted somebody in the industry. And Common Ground is the nation's largest running environmental charter school. Each summer, we run a one-week camp for 10 students to help them grow into committed environmental leaders. The learning opportunities for students are invaluable. There's no better way for employers to prepare tomorrow's workforce than to invest in student training and adopt a school program. The students benefit immensely in the short but packed week. We also pay them $250 for the time that they are with us. That helps them meet some needs that might not otherwise be met in their education. And that picture is our source water quality analyst showing some students what he uses to measure water chemistry in our reservoirs. So MDC doing the same thing. We approach the camp with a concepts to application perspective in that the students are taught basic concepts about a particular area, for example, watershed importance and protection, and then they go on to use that and build a watershed model in that particular example. The students spend some time in the classroom every single day learning necessary background information about each career that they might run into at our RWA. And then RWA staff comes alongside them and describes what they do and takes them through some of the things that they do. As the week progresses, the students will be able to make the connections between the careers and how they can come together to provide clean, healthy drinking water for consumers. We target the careers listed on the slide as they all provide great opportunities for classes and hands-on learning. Thus you can see the environmental approach that we are taking. The young ladies in the picture are performing some water quality tests on a raw water from one of our reservoirs. So I just want to walk you quickly through what a week looks like at the Environmental Career Summer Camp. After being welcomed on day one, after being welcomed by RWA upper management and given an overview, students will build watershed models to see how water travels in watersheds and how watersheds can become polluted through everyday activities. This is followed by taking samples of Lake Whitney and analyzing them with a source water quality analyst. After lunch, the environmental analyst will discuss site plan reviews, and then the students will go on a field trip to tour our Lake Whitney water treatment plant and watershed. Excuse me. Day two, the students learn about the safety culture at RWA, very important to us and a lot of utilities, and experience some of the safety equipment. They then travel to Sergeant Drive to learn about household hazardous waste. That's where we run our operation down there on the weekends, and its relationship to water quality. After lunch, the students will do an activity that introduces them to water treatment, like the human water cycle, and then tour Lake Whitney water treatment plant, which I already said, they only do it once though. Day three is all about pathogens and how treatment protects the water. Oh, not there yet. The students will study river water under the microscope and then do some research on the pathogens. After lunch, the students will visit Gateway Community College, which has been mentioned a couple times here, to learn about a program that prepares the students to be water treatment plant operators. Day four, the students spend the morning doing benthic macroinvertebrate sampling in a local river. They use the kick nets to gather small critters that live in the stream and use them to assess the health of the stream. After lunch, the RWA forester will meet with the students at one of our forests and the students will have a chance to learn about what the forester does and how that's important to water quality. The picture shows our forester showing the students how to use a caliper to measure trees' diameters. Day 5 is a wrap-up day. Students spend the morning preparing for their presentations of what they learned that will be given in the afternoon recognition ceremony. But I want to go back to day 4 again, because this is the day where the kids just light up. They're standing in the river, it's not very deep, either in their shorts or they're given boots to wear, kicking up stones with the nets down below, and they're finding all these things that they never had any idea were in the water. If you've ever done that, it's really cool. It's a fun thing to do, but they absolutely love it. And you can almost hear the two guys in the lower left saying, "I'm not picking up that thing. I don't know what it is. It's got big jaws on it, and I'm not. You pick it up." No. But in the upper right, our real estate manager is showing some of the other kids what they can see and what they found actually in there. So day 4 is a highlight day for the kids. Not going there yet. But something that we did this year, out of the Environmental Career Summer Program, it's been so successful that we decided to branch off and begin a new 4-week-long summer internship program for students from Common Ground and Hill House High Schools this year. The goal is a learn and earn program like MDC's, is to introduce the students to the variety of work we do to provide drinking water. The 9 students in the program, this is the first year, we'll be growing that, are all entering their senior year at one of the 2 high schools. The interns' experiences, like Ray, went across the organization, and they are mentored and really hang on to an RWA professional for a week at a time and then go through the cycle. Distribution, INC, natural resources, communications, and outreach. Some of the kids in that part of it actually wrote the articles that we have in our weekly magazine about it. It was cute. Engineering, safety, police, and all the other areas as well, including IT. It was a great success, and I'm sure that it will be repeated. So those are the programs that we run. We just love doing it, and our staff, at first with this new program, that's a long time to spend a week with somebody, but at the end, if you ask them, they said, "That was fantastic. This was a wonderful thing. They got a lot of it. They're blessed." And the kids really loved it too. I think a couple of them that I was introduced to wanted to make sure they come back and see the vice president, right? And tell them what a good time they had. So it was good. So I'm going to switch gears now and move to another exciting topic, that being the utility management degree programs at Gateway Community College and Southern Connecticut State University. What utilities are doing in terms of operations is changing. We're not increasing capacity as much as we used to 20 or 30 years ago. We don't need to increase capacity. Even the talks this morning talked about that. Now from utilities, it's more about maintaining efficient infrastructure asset management as our infrastructure ages. Today's utilities face common challenges. Our workforce is aging. We have a whole cohort of workers at or near retirement. A lot of our infrastructure is old and getting older, and more regulations every day, higher financial pressures and rate pressure. The ability to effectively manage a public utility and provide high-quality products and services in today's marketplace requires innovative, professional, and technical leaders who understand the importance of management principles as well as the financial technical skills required to operate wastewater, gas, and electric utilities. Research by the Water Research Foundation, a national nonprofit water utility research organization, revealed that, number one, the average age of the water utility worker is higher than those working in manufacturing. A large percentage of utilities workers are within 10 years of retirement. Talk about where RWA was, and Ray talked about where MDC is. The increasing plant automation requires that replacement hires be more technically competent. And the pool of desirable and competent workers is shallow, making it difficult to find replacements. And at the loss of those who are retiring, there's a big brain drain when institutional knowledge walks out the door. Recognizing all these things as threat to the water industry as well as for other public service areas, RWA CEO Larry Bingman said that we need to take action. And let's do something big. So if you know Larry, when he says we need to take action, it means we're going to take action and do it, right? Get it done. And it's going to be big. And then the idea of really for the utility management degree was born. We searched far and wide and couldn't find a degree program anywhere in the United States equivalent to a utility management degree program. Certification programs were there for treatment and distribution and other areas of water utilities, but nothing in terms of degrees. We began actively engaging with Gateway Community College in designing a curriculum to teach students about utility operations to serve as the next generation of leaders. Progress was slow, but with every great challenge comes even greater opportunity. We wanted to have 2 tracks available to those in the community college. One track being after you graduate, go directly into the workforce. The other track being if you want to continue your education, move on and obtain a bachelor's degree. Gateway doesn't offer that, they have to go somewhere else. In late 2014, we had similar conversations, Larry actually had similar conversations with then Southern Connecticut President Mary Pabazan. Mary instantly saw the opportunity and the partnership was made. The program made real sense to Mary as part of Southern's mission is to work with regional employers and industries to ensure that it is delivering graduates with the right skills. It was determined that Southern would offer the Bachelor in Public Utility Management as a specialization in their BS Business Administration program. So it's a subset of their Business Administration program. In the junior and senior years, students will be able to specialize in areas specific to a type of utility, be it water, wastewater, gas, or electric. This program would also offer pathways for current employees, like some of our folks or other utilities, who desire to pursue additional responsibilities, the opportunity to increase their skills and knowledge to be able to have them pursue that. And Southern's current president, Joe Berlino, fully endorses the program, which is great. So both the AS and BS programs were approved internally at their respective institutions, and then a joint presentation was made to the Connecticut State Colleges and Board of Regents. They're the board that actually approves programs at colleges. AWWA leaders joined in the presentation and spoke to the need for such a program. The regents unanimously approved the 2+2 program, 2 years plus 2 years, and cited it as a model for industry and higher education collaboration. So that was a super day for all 3 organizations when we were able to get that approval. So what's the status of these? Because that was a while back. Excuse me, the approval was received in December of 2015. Here it is, September of 2018, so what's going on? Gateway launched its program officially this year. So this is the first year that they actually had classes. It takes a while to get to the point where you can go from an approved concept to actually offering classes. They have 61 credits for an associate science degree, 5 core courses in the utility area, which total 16 credits, customer relations, environmental regulations, public utility management, environmental science, asset and infrastructure management. And this, I know this semester, customer relations and environmental regulations are the 2 courses being taught down at Gateway. There's 6 students in the program. Small start, but it'll gain as we go along. 3 actually are in classes in New Haven, and through the use of MDC's training program by the WebEx, 3 students are taking the program up there as well, so it's great to be able to do that. And that's just the beginning of that. That can be put around the country. Southern has not started the program. They're gearing up for a fall 2019 start, and they'll be doing a bunch of marketing in the spring of 2019 to see that that gets the right amount of attention. So that's where the programs are at this point. There's needs in terms of the utilities, in terms of both programs. They both still need help. We need other utilities to come besides the water industry. The water industry has been great in terms of getting working with 2 colleges, but other utilities, it's been harder to get the other utilities to come in a little bit. So that's going to be part of the actions going forward. There's an advisory council that meets, that is on board now, but we need to have them strengthened by developing a strong mission and vision and being empowered. And empowerment can be sometimes hard to come by in higher education. There's a need for instructors. So I look out here and I see a half a dozen people or 10 that I know could instruct. Right now at Gateway Community College, they're looking for an instructor for the infrastructure course for next semester. I know for a fact that they'll be looking around for other ones as well. Southern will need instructors as well. And the programs need time. Time to gel, time to assess, and time to build. The success of new academic programs does take time. So if you're thinking about it, please consider how you might be able to offer your support to both of the programs. It's a great way to ensure that we have folks coming in as we see the wave of retirements coming at us. And then Dave mentioned Wes Winterbottom. He is the coordinator for both the AS and BS programs, so you can give him a call if you have any information or you would like to see how you might be able to get involved, and that's his contact information right there. So with that, there it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Thank you, Ted. I appreciate that. And again, it takes time for these things to gel. It took me 3 years to do Water and People, and when we first rolled that out, to get it to fruition and get it in the classroom and so forth. As the same thing, both Ted and I and Wes, and I'm on the advisory committee for the utility management program. So it's an awesome program, but these are the things that we have to think about going forward. So we're going to take a break right now, and we're going to be back with our roundtables. If you have questions, please, you've got those questionnaire cards on your table. Fill them in so we can get those out. And there are refreshments and cookies and all kinds of good stuff over there. So thank you. We'll be back.
Good? Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you, David. So yeah, I want to change things up a little bit. I want to talk about small systems. We do manage, own, operate many small systems. Marianne, Amy, Jeff, I think did a great job talking about water conservation and demand type issues. I think it went unsaid, but we all recognize that there's also a great environmental benefit when we think about stewardship and environmental sustainability by being able to shave peak demand and avoid developing new sources. Dave, Ray, and Ted then talked about all of our people assets and the criticality around all of those pending retirements, of which I'm probably one of them. But I want to shift it, like I said, and talk about infrastructure, and especially as it pertains to those small systems. This is an issue that the DPH and PURA, I don't think Jack is still here, but they've been trying to get their arms around this issue of asset management, small system asset management for a long time. In the 1980s, we adopted regulations concerning small systems. These are the design standards, the Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, and also around acquisition processes, either voluntary or involuntary. And later, more recently in the 2000s, we actually required established water companies to own and operate any new community water system that's going to be built in their exclusive service areas. And so now that we've completed the WUC process, we have established exclusive service areas, and this ensures that not only will these new systems be built to certain minimum standards, but then they're also going to be properly maintained and operated. Important development. This spring, well, let me say, the problem we have is not with these new systems that are being built, but it's actually with many of the smaller, older systems that were either poorly constructed to begin with, or more than likely, they're probably been improperly maintained for decades now. And we still have many, many throughout the state. Lori, I'm sure, can give you the number off the top of her head. But there are hundreds. There's around, I'd say, 332. Just. And when things are let go with these systems, and we're talking about systems where people are living, they're consuming that water every day, a community water system, the quality of service suffers to the point where public health and safety truly can be compromised. So this spring, we passed Public 18168. This requires that systems that serve 25 to 1,000 persons, so it's below the threshold for individual water supply plan development, they need now to prepare a financial and asset management plan. This is a new requirement. It obviously remains to be seen how well it will be implemented. The intent, however, is to ensure that the sustainability and the viability of these small systems is maintained going forward. However, big caveat, this assumes that not only will these systems do their assessments, but then they'll also implement or address whatever concerns are raised. And this is quite frankly going to be a critical test because to bring a system up to appropriate standards is time-consuming and it is can be very costly. Sometimes and often disproportionately so when you consider the number of customers that are served by some of these small systems. And that's what I wanted to just give you a taste of with Connecticut Water Company's experience. Over the past, let's say, 30 years, Connecticut Water has acquired, and this is either voluntarily or in some cases involuntarily, how many small water systems? Anybody want to hazard a guess? 30 years?
40.
68. 68 small water systems, and I'm defining this by up to 1,000 customers served, not 1,000 persons, but 1,000 customers. That's what we consider small. So 68 small water systems in 30 years, and our total rehabilitation cost to date, and I think this is a light number actually, it's been $15 million. This is not the acquisition cost, this is what we've invested in these water systems to try to bring them up to appropriate standards, and we're not done. We put a lot of money, millions of dollars every year in these small systems. And we'll need to continue to do so. That's about $2,000 per customer that we've invested, which may sound, reasonable to you, but I can tell you some of these systems have cost $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 per customer as far as investment that we've needed to make to bring these systems up to appropriate standards. This is a public policy question. Certainly, as to how do you recover those costs, who underwrites those costs, do we spread them across the entire customer base, which has been historic practice, and is that even sustainable, considering the amount of work that still needs to be done on these systems. But moreover, I would say it underscores what is a need for an appropriate level of routine investment by these small systems, right, in their own infrastructure. They can't wait until a Connecticut Water Company or an Aquarian comes along, not if they are going to operate in a sustainable manner. So,
Thank you, David. All right, going through our question cards, okay, we have actually three questions, and two are addressed to Jeff, and one is to Jeff and David. So, David, while you have the floor here, this is a question. What is the feasibility of implementing reclaimed water systems for irrigation and other non-potable services given the increasing frequency of drought? Should gray water reuse be one of the top priorities? Would the return on investment with reclaimed water systems be significant? So, David, if you want to try.
My question?
It says Jeff Ehrlich and David Bradford.
Who asked the question? I hope they're not here, because if I don't answer it, I don't lose any points. It's not something that we've really looked at. Our experience has been limited to, we manage the Yukon system. Yukon is probably the best example of a large-scale reclaimed water use. They did that primarily to operate their cogen plant, so it's heating and cooling. They have struggled with what else can they do with that reclaimed water, but it has allowed them to save upwards of 400,000 gallons of water a day that they otherwise were taking from the Willimantic or the Fenton well field. Now goes through their cogen or their reclaimed water facility. They're trying, I think, to still get health department approval so that they can use it for irrigation purposes. I think this is a pretty unique large-scale example. I think it can be done maybe cost-effectively on a small scale. I think it's hard to do. Yukon is unique in that they controlled all of their infrastructure, and they were fortunate to get the capital to invest in this through the state legislature. Outside of that, I would say it's something the state water plan has certainly teed up as a question, and we're going to need to look at the feasibility and practicality of these types of applications going forward, and it'll be interesting to see what we do find out on a statewide scale.
All right, Jeff?
Sure. So it's interesting because I'm still working, gotten involved in water conservation. Seems to be following me. When I did my master's work, the paper I did was on wastewater reuse 25 years ago, and when did it become economically viable in different parts of the country. And then Amy and I worked a couple times in New Jersey on a couple different projects, and then coming to Connecticut, getting involved with it here. But similar to what Dave was saying, the costs of wastewater reuse were high in the early 90s. It's not easily justifiable for a lot of instances. There have been a number of studies done in New Jersey. They've had similar drought issues over the years. And what you find, like Dave mentioned, is it generally has to be a good size use in close proximity, like a cooling facility. I think Bridgeport has a couple options that have been looked at in the past that have the ability to become economically viable. But to get to the point of putting pipes up and down the roads to deal with irrigation for residences, it gets very cost prohibitive very quickly. If you have a golf course or something like that and the state would allow it, that's potentially doable, but it really comes down to distance and amount of quantity of water, and you have to have a good quantity of water in close proximity.
Okay. All right, you're still on deck here, Jeff. Question 2, this is to you. Has Aquarion been able to quantify the demand reduction specifically from the Westport and Newtown now that you've implemented the 2-day watering program in those towns?
I didn't do it today yet. We haven't looked into it. It's a little harder for us to do. The Aquarion system is a group of other systems. There was the Stanford Water Company, Greenwich Water Company, Darien Water Company. So they've all got metering around them, and they're very easy to isolate and figure out what the flows in and out of them. The Westport system was part of the main Bridgeport system, so there aren't a lot of meters that run in and out of that system. So we have to wait till the end of the month, get our meter reads, and do our estimate, do actual customer meter usage and compare it month to month. We don't have the easy way to do it the way we have with the other meters. We haven't done it yet to the level that I have for the 4 towns, but in Westport, the preliminary numbers that we looked at are close to the same kind of results that we've gotten in the other 4 towns, primarily because they do have a lot of the same water uses, and they do have there is a lot of irrigation use. We have been enforcing it pretty strongly in Westport, so I think it may not be equal in savings, but I think it's going to be comparable level of savings. And I don't know if everybody knows the story in Westport. There's a big tank that we're trying to get built in Westport, and there's a lot of opposition to it. And it's kind of a funny conversation because they want the tank to be smaller, but we would like it. We had already made it smaller, assuming that they were going to do the 2-day-a-week restrictions. So it became this conversation they said, well, can you make it, we don't want the 2-day-a-week restrictions, and we had to say, well, if you don't want the 2-day-a-week restrictions, we can go back and make the tank bigger, and we can explain that you're the one who wants the tank bigger, and that conversation really quickly. So it's kind of funny how these conversations end up running into each other, but I think the demands we're going to find are comparable to Westport. Newtown probably not as much, just because Newtown doesn't have the outdoor water usage that the other towns do. But there were areas of Newtown that have some significant outdoor irrigation, and those customers I think will see a benefit from.
All right. Again, for you, Jeff, what challenges occurred with reservoirs at low levels as relates to the water quality?
Well, yeah, whenever you get that low in a reservoir, you have the water quality challenges around what is coming in and what you can do with it chemical dosing wise in order to treat it. I don't think we really ran into anything that was insurmountable or really pushed us hard on a regular basis. Most of our time and energy was spent around the water supply and moving the water around. It didn't require that huge increase in addressing water quality. Dosages may have gone up, and some of our sludge production may have gone up, but not anything outside the ordinary of what we would run into at different points of the year or on different conditions during a year.
Great. All right. Last question for Jeff is the violation usage sign you put on people's front lawns. Okay. And question mark here. Did that run into an issue being put on private property, and how do you do that?
So we did it in the morning when they were doing the rounds. and 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. And we put it in that first 10 feet, so we consider it public property. We haven't had, we haven't had anybody challenge us on the legality of it being out there, because we do put it in that first 5 feet or 7 foot of the property, so we are in the public right of way. But I will admit it's got an amazing response level. I think customer service tells us the story that one customer had called in, and they said they were so upset they actually thought like their child had been kidnapped. And what it was is their neighbor had taken a picture of the sign and sent it to the group of friends. Said, "Hey, look what was in so-and-so's driveway or front yard this morning." And she was so upset about all of this now being distributed amongst the friends group. It was pretty upsetting. But we haven't had any. We've had Robin runs our water conservation program, and we've had maybe 4 or 5 phone calls related to signs this year or something. 12, yeah. So 12 calls out of the year related to signs. People are very upset about it, but they generally don't water outside the schedule again, I think, so.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay, moving down the line, okay. Mr. David Knopf, who is from the Darien Health District. So David, just kind of highlight some of the issues. I know we talked with Brother Steve here on some of the issues with private wells. So tell us some of the issues that you're dealing with on the health district side.
Well, actually, I represent just the municipality of Darien. It's not actually a district. So, but what could be more central to public health than safe drinking water and safe water in general? And so, in 2016, we started getting communiques from Aquarion. I want to reiterate that point that I made before. What could be more central to public health than safe water? In 2016, we realized that we were in for water shortages in Lower Fairfield County. Communications regularly with Aquarion. We initiated weekly phone conversations as the reservoir levels were being monitored and as the water levels were getting lower. We're quickly reaching crisis proportions, and the State Health Department issued an order to Aquarion, which enabled Aquarion to transfer water from the Bridgeport Basin to Lower Fairfield County, because we were in danger of running out of water. I think, Jeff, you said 30 days?
45 days, yeah.
45 days. If we didn't get rain, we were going to run out of water. So we had to get water fast. And so part of that order, though, which is interesting and from a public official standpoint, was that no connections for new water services were going to be allowed without state approval. So for places like in Stamford, where there are large buildings under construction and commercial buildings under construction, there weren't going to be any allowances to occupy those buildings without state approval, because we were running out of water for the existing services. And again, to maintain public health, we have to have adequate supplies of water. In that situation, winter came at a very opportune time, because we found that people stop irrigating around this time of year, just because stuff stops growing. And what we found in those graphs and the work that Aquarion was doing regularly through their website, which is still there, you should all take a look at it to see their graphs, because they're really, really good and tell a huge story. But you could see that in the winter, is it less than half the amount of water?
Yeah.
About half the amount of water gets used starting November as what's being used in the summer. All irrigation. Clearly irrigation. Mentioned it before, irrigation, every home that gets that's being fixed up, rebuilt, now is being served by irrigation systems, pretty much across the board in Fairfield County. So the water usage is not going to decline even with inside conservation measures. The other thing that we're seeing is everybody wants a new bathroom with a rain shower. I mean, that's a reality. You know, we could put in low-flow toilets, but those rain showers are going to undo everything else that we're doing. And so we have to take a look at that. One of the things that I found doing research in that area is water-cooled ice machines. Well, it takes 17 gallons of water to make 10 pounds of ice. That's only for cooling. That doesn't count the water needed for the ice. So we have ice machines, like say at Chipotle, they'll use 1,000 pounds of ice a day, ice machines. Country clubs will make 20,000 pounds of ice a day. Multiply it up, that's a lot of water to make ice. Just to make the ice doesn't count the water to make the ice itself. So, from a legislative standpoint, maybe we should take a look at these water-cooled ice machines. With respect to wells, you asked about wells. That's an interesting thing because Aquarion goes around town and they tell people who are on public water, you put the signs on the lawn, but if you're on a well, Aquarion doesn't have anything to do with them. So we as local municipalities have to figure out what are we going to do about folks on a well, because in times of drought, they're going to use up their water too. And there's no real, you own a well, you own it. And we as municipalities are kind of hard pressed to enforce water regulations when people own their own well. I mean, it is America, right? So it's tricky business. And so, when people who are on a 2-day-a-week watering schedule see somebody who's got a well running their sprinklers whenever they want to and calling town hall and saying, why is that? And you said, well, they're on a well. We still try to follow up with those folks, tell them, you're going to use up your water, you're going to be without water, and no one's going to help you. So this public education standpoint of what we do is critical. And I want to commend the work that Aquarion did in getting the message out to the public in our area and working with the local officials in the area. We still maintain regular communications, even though we don't think we're in a drought right now, but it can happen again, and it's likely that it will happen, and maybe not just in our area, but in yours. So I think it's a good idea to start planning.
Okay, just sure. So and mentioning the wells, we did have situations. New Canaan was supportive of the restrictions when we put them in place, and they had people that were residents that were coming in and asking for a well permit because they didn't want to have to deal with the outdoor water ban, and they wanted to drill wells. So the New Canaan Department of Health put a stop to it, and they took it with they got lawyers involved, the residents, and took it all the way to the state level and had interpretations from the state, and the state basically said, look, you can't stop someone from building a well even if it's for irrigation. So there is some conversations out there around that type of stuff, because as long as they meet that requirement of being so far from the water main and they put the backflow prevention device in the system, they can have a separate well for their irrigation. So it's something we did run into in our drought.
Right, and what we did in Darien was we had an ordinance that allowed for the Board of Selectmen to declare an emergency in times of water shortage. And the way it was worded is it didn't differentiate between public and private water supplies. So I don't think they thought of it when they wrote it initially, but it wasn't there. So in Darien, we didn't have any applications for monitoring wells, but we weren't going to issue any permits for, irrigation wells. But we were not going to issue them, and we're ready to take it to the mat, so to speak. But
Great. Thank you, David. Thank you, Joe. Sure.
Rain showers are not necessarily high flow. I have a rain shower in my bathroom that is 2 gallons a minute, so you have to look at how it's made.
There you go.
They do make rain
Just can't use 10. Can't use 10.
they also make others. So maybe we should look at some kind of labeling requirements.
There we go.
There is a label requirement. Actually, they have to be labeled. If they're labeled incorrectly, sometimes they're deliberately labeled incorrectly, then that's
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mary.
There's a-
You can address that on our last one.
There's a question right there.
Okay, question there. Gene.
It's just a reaction. Holland has a water commission and a municipal water they're irrigating their lawns, and if I can't irrigate my lawn, how can you permit them? And then when their well gets ruined, they'll be looking to the town for some help. Maybe some reactions.
Yeah, and that's what the health departments are dealing with. I know Steve, Dave's brother, is dealing with those issues here, as far as that goes.
It's really ironic, a non-customer with his own well is saying, tell my neighbors to not irrigate their lawns.
Correct.
And we don't believe we have the authority to do that.
Okay, just to keep things moving along, I'm going to move it down to Susan Bransfield, who's the CEO, the first selectman of the town of Portland, and she's dealing with a lot of the private well issues as well, but working on some possible interconnection issues with the town of East Hampton. And Susan?
Thank you, David. First of all, thanks to everyone for coming to Portland. We're very happy to have you here. This facility is operated not on the public water supply system. This is a private well that maintains St. Clements. St. Clements is one of our biggest taxpayers in Portland. We're very proud of this historic site, and they're working with the town in terms of the future and the possible redevelopment and development of other areas on this campus. But in order to do that, while they have plentiful water supply, they don't have the ability to deal with their sewer requirements. So they're looking at how they can manage after the water comes and they're using it, where does it go? The terrain in this area, geographically, we have a lot of hills in Portland and in East Hampton. And in order to access, for example, the sewer authority that's over in East Hampton, it's a regional sewer system, there would need to be pump stations put in for St. Clements to get there. So one of the issues that I wanted to talk about as a local first selectman are some of the public policy issues that I think we're facing in Connecticut. I think wastewater is one. That's not our purpose today. But that certainly is something that as you expand your water systems, I think some of our morning speakers addressed that. You're also going to have to address your waste systems, whether they're going to be on-site treatment or whether they're going to be treatment at a facility. But as a local town administrator, we face a lot of issues. It's not just water, it's not just sewer, as you know, it's running the schools, making sure the plow trucks work, making sure that the sidewalks are in place and so forth. In Portland, we do operate our own water system. We have about 2,600 customers. There's 9,300 people in Portland. So the 2,500 to 2,600 water customers are not nearly the full majority in the town. There's a pretty good amount of the town that is serviced by public water, but some of the issues that face us include how do you maintain a small system to optimum? So how do you afford the infrastructure improvements of an aging system? Our system has been around for over 100 years. There's many pipes that need replacement, valves that need servicing, the pump stations for the sewer system as well as the water system, the tanks, on and on and on. Many of you are water professionals, you know of what I speak. Some of the things that we have to look at in addition to improving the infrastructure are the economies of scale. Is it a good idea for a small town like Portland to run its own water system? There's a lot of advantages and there are some disadvantages. And one of the things we're looking at is whether or not we would couple with East Hampton and be serviced by Metropolitan District Commission. Back in the 1990s, Portland was under a consent decree to improve its water quality. We have a reservoir that didn't have a filtration plant. So the town at that time decided the best economical way and the best way to provide good public health water would be to go to Metropolitan District Commission. So our water customers invested in the system and they interconnected from Glastonbury, and the water comes in to Portland and it stops on Route 17, takes a right and goes up Main Street if you're familiar with this area. And there's some areas off of 17 that also have public water supply. East Hampton is our sister community just east of here, and they are looking at the ability to have quality water, which they need. They also have economic development opportunities, which they are exploring. And in order to do that, they need a good public water supply. So we are looking with them, with the State Health Department as our agent to help us. I'm looking at Lori, as well as with Metropolitan District Commission. But it's going to come down to what do the residents of the towns want to do. There's a certain amount of infrastructure improvements economically that you take on as a burden, and I think it's something that we all have to face. I personally believe that the state of Connecticut needs to have good planning, which I know they're working on, and have achieved a water plan. They also have the water utility, the WUCS, the Water Utility Control Coordinating Committee. All these issues need to be settled. And certainly in eastern Connecticut, the supply of water is not as great as it is in the western part of the state. And if you want to take a look at the economic problems that Connecticut is facing, the budgetary problems that our state has, there's great opportunity in eastern Connecticut. There's great opportunity to improve economic development, to maintain a healthy environment for our residents to live in. But there needs to be a fair way of providing good public water supply to this area. So Portland looks forward to working on these issues with our sister communities. And you're going to hear from one of our other eastern Connecticut towns, Hebron, in a few minutes. We need to work together. And I think if there's any message, whether there's a drought, whether there's economic development, whether there's a poor supply of water, whether you have rate problems for paying for your water, we need to work together. And this is a state of Connecticut issue. It's not just an issue that is Portland, it's not an issue for Darien, it's an issue for the state of Connecticut and its future. So I encourage everybody to make sure that they are working with their state legislators, the executive branch, which would be our public health department, in order to solve these problems. Because the biggest problem in the room is the economy in Connecticut. And I think water is a key to improve our economy and maintain the health that we have in our community. Thank you.
Now, right next door is Mr. Andy Tierney, and Andy, the town of Hebron, have a little bit different form of government. They have the town manager form of government. Our form of government is the Board of Selectmen. So, without any further ado, Andy, I think you're facing a lot of the same issues that Susan is, and I've been working with Professor Radko over here on some of those issues. So, take it away.
Yes. Well, first off, thank you for having me, and hopefully anything that I discuss here hopefully is something that's contributing to the class. But when you're either a first selectman or a town manager, I can give the residents a little bit more guff because I'm not elected, but very little. With that being said, when you run a municipality, I'll give you a quick history of Hebron. We're about 10,000 people, just shy of that. With that, I have a $38 million a year budget. My mill rate's just under 37 mils, so my number one priority is to try to keep the taxes down or level, but at the same time introduce new economic development that would help in doing that and make our town vibrant and comparable to the surrounding towns. So what I would like to say to the people in the room, because it's the water professionals, is when you put a hat on like I have, it's eyes wide open when you run into this water problem. Thank God for the state and their plan. We've been very active through CCM, and has brought a lot of the discussion to the table with different entities so they could entertain all the problems. So the old motto we had in Hebron was we didn't feel that we had a water problem. We have Connecticut Water. They bought a couple smaller water companies. They've spent a lot of money in upgrading those water companies and the infrastructure. And not that we would boast to the other towns that are having water issues, but we were, for less of a better term, we were fat and happy. Well, that changed this year. We have 3 wells. We invested early on in a water system with a huge tank up on the hill that supplies the center of our town, and then we also have a portion of our lake district that's also serviced. So this year, with those wells, one well was producing anywhere from 50 to 70 gallons a minute, and it decided it didn't want to do that anymore. So that dropped drastically down to approximately 15 to 20 gallons a minute, which reduced a lot of water supply to that system. So in doing so, we had to put a moratorium on the usage, especially irrigation. Now, unfortunately, for the residents that were on that system, we have some 55 and older, pretty new, well-kept communities with lush lawns, and they pay a maintenance fee every year to have that. They pay a contractor to maintain that. So the water company doing what they have to do underneath the state's direction, and the town working with them to try to get the information to these residents to get them to understand. It was hard. So the first week we had the moratorium, the usage went up. So Connecticut Water called me up and said, "Are the signs upside down? Is your web page down?" I said, "No." I said, everybody hit the panic button. They're not used to that in Hebron. We were, fat and happy as far as water was concerned. So that really changed from where I sit. And then the timing couldn't have been worse. We have 2 developers that came to town and want to start these 2 projects, and the water company, God bless them, they've got their entity that they have to keep intact and working. So in the plan review, the guy doesn't want to show his cards on these new developments, so he calls the water company and says, no new hookups. So the 2 developers got in their cars, and I watched them drive out of town, and I'm like, what's going on? They said, we can't build this if you don't have any water to. I said, whoa. That's a temporary issue. We're going to fix that. I said, don't go so fast. And he's had a bridge. We could open the bridge so they couldn't get across, but these guys almost got away. So you can imagine my call to the water company. I said, don't say that. Don't say that. We have some decent prospects. And so that was a huge, huge concern. But knowing where the water company was coming from, they were talking about their issue. But at the same time, without the communication of the municipality, they didn't understand our issue. I can't let big fish get away. So we're working on it. We got a meeting this week with those developers, and hopefully we'll come to consensus. But in doing so, the state has been very good working with the municipality and the water company. The water company's drilling test wells as we speak, acquired some new properties, but it was definitely an eye-opener. It was something we never really faced. We thought we were proactive back in the day when we hooked on and built this company, and it was acquired by Connecticut Water, our senior center, churches, our regional high school, our irrigation for our ball fields. And you think residents in a 55 and older community, tell the coaches and the parents of the football team that you're not going to water their field. And then now we're going to put in, they want to put in the fake turf. What's that called? AstroTurf. I don't know why I couldn't remember that. Probably because I heard it too much. But put a price tag on that. But I'm not here to tell you the war stories, but these were things we didn't see coming. So I had a crash course in water, and Lori is a thesaurus when it comes to information. But the quick study, without me having the experience that most of the people in this room have, is this irrigation and drilling wells just to irrigate they're sucking up a lot of that water that we're going to need for public water. And it's you know, I own a boat that has an ice maker, and I know how much water that uses to make my ice. And it's funny to hear these things come up of all the things you don't think. We also have 2 huge golf courses in town, which are we're very proud of and get a lot of play. And we're lucky those aren't on the water system. And they, you know, but with the droughts that we've been having and stuff, that's something that's going to be looked at too. The ponds that they use and their wells were taxed as every other municipality or water company here knows. So small town, we thought we were ahead of the curve, but in no means it could change overnight, and it did in Hebron. Gentleman owns a brand new car wash. All of a sudden, he hasn't used his recycler in 10 years. He didn't know where the thing was, let alone if it worked. And they're saying, we got to recycle the water. So new businessmen, center of town. It was a major issue for us. Education was key. People on wells thought that they were under this moratorium when it was really just the people on the system. So it took 2 weeks easy to work those wrinkles out and get people to understand that you should conserve, but that moratorium is on the people that are on the system. And then we had a brand new 4-story, 113 unit assisted living facility built. It was opening the doors. They just put in all brand new lawn and sod, and you know, we had to tell them they couldn't water that. So there was, you know, the contract that put in had a contract that it would, you know, be grown and lusher. They're not going to get paid. So these issues all hit my desk within a month's time, and I got the water company's number on speed dial. I'm sure that a few people in the office have blocked it by now, but it was something you didn't foresee. So I hope the story that I'm telling here helps people understand I'm very knowledgeable in a lot of things. That wasn't one of them. And anytime I see Lori in a room, I want to get next to her and listen to what's new and what's going on. She just knows so much about it, and just going to the state on their plan helped us a lot. And then Steve Knopf, this gentleman's brother, works with us in our health district, which I'm chair of that. And we also run into a lot of scenarios there where Steve's been around a long time and is very helpful in dealing with these different well issues, whether they go on a system or put a well in. And I'm proud to say we have a few beer breweries that want to just, you know, drill a hole and start making beer all over. That's great, but there's rules and regulations before you start capping that stuff. But maybe in the old days there wasn't, but there is now. So we've been running into a few of those things. But the water company's been great to work with. We're getting through this together, and you think you can have everything planned out, and you think you have a good aquifer, and we do. But it could change overnight, and it did, and it created quite a bit of a ruckus, and we're still dealing with it today. So that's what I bring to the table.
Great, thank you, Andy. David, would you like to give the water utilities perspective on that, dealing with Andy?
No, Andy's
Is it your number that's on speed dial?
one of them, and he's been great to work with. And you promised me you weren't going to bring this up.
I did.
But he's right. This was a small system, right? 200 customers, serves their high school, their middle school, their commercial zone, and these residential areas. And this problem came upon us so quickly. And as Andy said, we lost about half capacity in the largest well that supplies that system. I guess what I would like to say is, well, we had to tanker in water, right? That's the way we were maintaining this system. And it also provides fire protection. So we were rolling tanker after tanker every day. And that's clearly, if we talk about sustainability, that is not sustainable. So what we did is we went to the health department and we said, we need you to declare a public drinking water emergency. And we went to DEEP and we said, we need you to give us some regulatory relief. And both those agencies were great to work with. They always are when you have a true problem. They drop what they're doing and they help you. And we temporarily connected an adjoining water system. We got the mandatory outdoor water ban in place that has took some time to get people to adopt, but they have. And we see about 20, on a week-over-week basis, about 20 to 25% less demand than we did before we implemented the ban. I think it's great we have these regulatory tools in place, and I think if when this is over and we do our lessons learned, I think one of them that we will find is that we weren't paying sufficient attention to our well assets in this case. So small system relies on bedrock wells, unlike stratified drift wells where we're constantly monitoring static level, dynamic or pumping level. We're looking at specific capacities. Does the asset need to be redeveloped? Bedrock wells we don't tend to scrutinize in the same way. We kind of drill them, we install a pump, and we kind of let them run. And we lost this one well, and we really didn't know what was going on until it had happened. So I think, again, it's not over, so we haven't done a lessons learned yet, but I think this is something that we probably collectively, as not just Connecticut Water, but other water operators, probably need to figure out how we're going to get better at as far as continuing to monitor these well assets. But the town has been great to work with. Communication has been talked about many times today. That's been critical through this process. We have regular communications with all the agencies and also with the town. And as Andy said, we're optioning property, we're drilling wells today, we're starting on another round of test drilling. He says he's got a great aquifer. I want to believe him because we will redevelop that supply. We will replenish it, and the system will be back to where it needs to be so that he can continue to foster the economic development that he needs in his community.
Okay, I'll take this one on. As many of you know, WaterSense is the labeling program for water-using products, the way Energy Star is the labeling program for energy-using products. Energy Star has been around for probably 30 years. WaterSense, we had to fight to get it, and that was in a very sympathetic EPA. So WaterSense was established about 12 years ago. It was funded as a discretionary program at EPA out of the administrator's budget. It was never made an official line item by Congress. So when the Trump budget decided to zero out WaterSense and officially indicate that it should be unfunded, we all had to go to work to not only save the funding in the administrator's budget, but to get a line item in the congressional authority so that they could put in at the Congress level what dollar amount they thought WaterSense was worth. And all of this was a tempest in a teacup because Energy Star is about $50 million a year. WaterSense is $2 million a year. I mean, that, and in terms of federal expenditures, it's next to nothing, which is one of the reasons why it was funded out of the administrator's budget all this time. So where we are now is we think we have the authorization issue solved. We are just waiting for final Senate confirmation, and then it goes to the president for his signature. It just authorizes the program. It's hidden in a very large bill, Water Resources Development Act legislation that has lots of stuff for everybody else, including the Army Corps of Engineers. So he probably is not going to notice it's in there. We're not talking openly about it just in case, but he's expected to sign it within the next month when the Senate passes it. The midterm elections are kind of getting in the way. But we also have worked with the Senate and House Appropriations Committees, and they have put language in their bills instructing the EPA administrator to fund the program. So you could say it's not binding, and that's true, but when the House chairman of your budget committee tells you to do something that only costs you $2 million, you probably are going to do it. So we think we've saved WaterSense funding for yet another year, but the real goal is to get it authorized and to get Congress to give it its own line item, and so we're still working on that.
Is there anything else to say after Mary Ann? No, I think she answered the question, unless there's something else I can say. Is this on? I'm not sure. I don't know. Or I turned it off. One thing I would just say is that, Mary Ann and I and others have talked about this. We have just seen tremendous benefit from water efficiency standards. And, you look at what Aquarian has done with their max 2-day per week rule. They're saving a tremendous amount of water. That's reducing their O&M. That's creating opportunities, I think, for the water company, for many communities down the road. I think we should think harder about how can we have that standard applied to more systems, and if not, I would argue statewide. Whether you're in Connecticut, Massachusetts, California, or anywhere, when you look at these high summertime usage for irrigation, I mean, it's like a wrecking ball in a lot of systems, and I think it's entirely reasonable to have a maximum 2-day per week restriction here in New England. Arguably, you could say easily we could do with 1 day per week. But I would just encourage everyone to start thinking about that. When you look at the success of systems like Aquarian and others who have done this, who are saving water, who are saving money, who are extending the life of their system, I think it's a policy we should look to implement in other places. The other thing I wanted to say in terms of the private well issue, this is a nagging problem everywhere. I would argue that that's a loophole that really needs to be closed. It's really tough to enforce any kind of watering restriction if it only applies to some customers. And if it only applies to some, then it undermines the authority of the municipal or private water company to do the job that they need to do, particularly during a drought, when they have to impose the restrictions. So I would say, statewide, I would encourage the state and communities to look at that, closing that loophole, Water is a shared resource, whether it's coming from a reservoir, an aquifer, whatever. Very often there's a shared supply source. So that's something I would say needs some attention. And I would say also not just here in Connecticut. I see this everywhere.
Great. Amy, this one is for you. You say that conventional education outreach programs efforts are not working. Can you give us some examples of educational outreach that are more likely to work?
I wouldn't say they're not working. I think I showed this slide from Suzanne Shelton, and I mentioned that survey. They do work. I think sort of the old, Bill Stuffer, here are the facts, very important, but I think what we have to do is get more sophisticated about how we reach out to customers, and that's what came out of that utility survey I showed, is that people aren't necessarily listening to some of the old ways in terms of facts and figures and conventional information streams. They want new, and they really want to focus on their own personal behavior and also their actual water use. And that term engagement came up, and I think Mary Ann talked about that as well, as we're in a different time of how we communicate. Certainly apps, online, portals are, I think, more the way to go, particularly with younger customers.
And I have to say my favorite rant is that if you've got an education campaign that says turn off the water when you brush your teeth, and you think that's going to be your major water conservation educational tip, that saves fractions of gallons as opposed to the outdoor irrigation issue. So I think the customer focuses on that kind of message, and they'll say, well, I turn off the water when I brush my teeth, I conserve, so I'm done. And I think that's part of what we need to get beyond.
Yeah, and I would just add that I think that the Southern Nevada Water Authority, which hosts the annual Water Smart Conference, will be at next week in Las Vegas. They're a very large regional water supply in the Las Vegas area. I think now that they've made a point to not talk about save water tips, to really get people focused on the big ticket items. Have you installed the high efficiency toilet? Have you installed the high efficiency washer? Have you put in a smart controller? Those things. Again, trying to bring people's attention to the large volume water savings potential, not the smaller ones. And again, turning off the tap and all that is important, but I think we need to emphasize where the big ticket items are.
So Dave, I'm going to interrupt your questions here. So a couple things to think about. I don't know if I'm on. I am, okay. So there's a lot. The water sense standard.
Yes.
Right. So the water sense standard, the need for a model ordinance, private wells, irrigation during, and we get the requests. Why can't we just drill 5 wells and not be connected to the water system? I have the money for this. I can just drill. You heard it. This is America. Don't tell me what to do. There's a lot that goes to what happened to Aquarian and what is now playing out in Hebron. A gentleman who will go unnamed called me in the fall of 2016, highest level person at one of our largest water systems, and he said, Lori, our water conservation ethic is broken. We need a whole new ethic. And I think water conservation is just what you had expressed. People think, oh, I just turn that off and I'm fine, but I'm going to water my grass every day, And so, or drill my irrigation well, to me, it's changing the mindset. How do we do that in Connecticut when all this year it has been raining and it's a wet year, right? Because people think of it, Justin, what happened yesterday or 2 days ago? And so people might think, I know I've heard people question me in Hebron, Lori, they should be fine, right? Connecticut Water Company solved it 2 weeks ago and everything should be great. Do we need to continue the order? I said, it's not that simple. It's not simple. Hebron is not a simple problem to solve. It takes investment and money and a lot of expertise. Same thing with Aquarian. And so the ethic needs to change, and maybe the conversation needs to change, not around conservation, but around water efficiency.
So there were a couple of things that you mentioned that I want to just talk about. One is she said the word water sense standard. And there are 4 states in the country that have adopted standards for plumbing fixtures that are more stringent than the federal act that Amy and I were talking about. Those states are California, Texas, of all places, Colorado, and Georgia. Connecticut could be one of those states. Connecticut could adopt water sense level standards as the standard at point of use sales in stores and in new construction installation. And that would save quite a bit. So that's something that we're happy at the Alliance for Water Efficiency to work with Lori and others on. Connecticut should be the next one to do that. Connecticut was one of the first states to adopt the 1.6 gallon per flush toilet before the federal standard was even adopted. That's Denise's great work from back in 1988. So you have a record of doing this in the past. You should consider doing it again. I think it would be helpful. The problem with the consumer ethic is that people have different impressions of what they are currently doing and how little water they're currently using. These market surveys that utilities have done, like out west, East Bay Mud did a survey in Oakland and asked, remember when Jay Leno used to do the on-the-street stuff, with the microphone? Well, they conducted a market survey of their customers, and they went out on the street with a microphone and said, how much water does your family use? The average answer was 25 gallons for the whole household of a family of 4. They had no earthly idea. And when presented with the actual amount, which was something like 180 gallons per person per day, they all said, oh no, we don't use that much, but my neighbor does. So the perception is never them, it is always the neighbor. And Jeff's comments from Aquarian really brought that out. I think we really need a much more targeted campaign to what people are actually using, and maybe social media is the way to engage people to share their stories and to really talk actively about it, but we do have a need to get more directly into the customer's mind. But what really saves water is the fixture replacement stuff that Amy's talking about. The hardwired plumbing fixtures, appliances, irrigation equipment that's, drip or very efficient systems, that's what you predictably get savings from every single day. But it does cost money. And so if you're going to be investing in that, then that has to be a trade-off that you do. You can't get everything out of consumer behavior.
I think that answered this question, because this is for Amy, is my family's water is about use of water is 30 to 35 gallons per day per person. What do I do next? We are already super savers.
If you're that low, you are a super saver. There's probably not a lot more you need to do.
Yeah,
and I think talk to your neighbors and be a show-off, and show them your water bill and your sewer bill and what you're not paying that they're paying. So good for you.
Yeah,
it's about money.
Question.
It's a good one.
This is one for Mary Ann and one for Amy. So for Amy, is please discuss the implementation of demand hardening on drought and emergency response.
Oh, this is an old topic, and Mary Ann may want to weigh on this as well. I frankly think it's a myth, and it's a concept which we haven't seen. But the thought is that if we conserve and we do everything we can to reduce water waste, we're going to hit this hard point in demand that there's no more we can save, and that during a drought, when you really need to reduce demand, there's nothing more you can do. A lot of reasons why that's again, I think, a myth. Number one, we're far from the point of full efficiency, very far. And certainly here in the Northeast, in Connecticut, we still have a tremendous amount of fat we can trim during a drought in terms of outdoor use. Same thing on infrastructure, on and on. So we're nowhere near that, and frankly, I don't think in my lifetime, I don't know about yours, we're not going to be at the point of full efficiency. So anyway, that's the quick answer, and then Mary Ann can take a crack at it too.
We've heard this from a lot of managers. I can't do any more conservation because my demand has already hardened. So we decided to do a study of this. We actually looked at communities that had done very major conservation programs, including consumer restrictions and behavior changes. And then we took a look at what happened later and whether there was any demand hardening. And so there's a report on the Alliance for Water Efficiency website. It's the demand hardening study. And basically it says, no, even where it occurs where systems are shrinking rather than growing, there are ways to make sure it doesn't happen. And it's got a lot of very good tips for making sure you can show to your managers and show to your board directors that demand hardening is not a phenomenon in your community. So check that report out.
Right, and just as a point of example, I'm thinking of one of the slides that Jeff had earlier where I think it was for the 4 Fairfield systems. You look at the average demand on the residential side, it was relatively low. I believe it was below the national standard, but then that top 25%, oh my gosh, a lot of that outdoor. So there's, again,
You will always have that, yeah.
I think we're always going to have that. Hopefully it's going to be lessening in the years ahead, but there's a tremendous amount of waste still in the systems.
All right, got a few more live questions to get through here. Mary Ann, how does AWWA's rate model take into account behavioral, I believe it's response to various scenarios, case studies, or other data to estimate?
So one of the things that the rate model allows you to do is to determine the elasticity of your demand, and you can use our default that's in the model for that, or you can insert your own if you have a better value. But the model does have a way to measure the impact of what a consumer will then go ahead and consume in terms of water based on the changes you might make to the price. Fundamentally, indoor water use is not very elastic, right? So you can change the rates and the indoor will not, the usage will not change because of the rate. But there is evidence that the outdoor rate is more elastic, and then that is what basically the rate model is looking at, is the outdoor component part.
Okay. Moving right along, let's see. For Amy and Mary Ann. All right. Only somewhat tongue-in-cheek, why shouldn't we encourage the use of compensating toilets?
Composting.
Composting toilets, okay. All right. Sweden has at least 200,000 of them. So there. Okay.
So there, if you want one, DAPS, go out and get one. We're now down to 0.8 gallons per flush with some high efficiency toilets. So indeed, there are composting toilets, presents a different waste management requirement. When saying it's tongue in cheek, when you look at total water use, I think the component, the portion that's for toilet flushing is getting smaller and smaller. So, it's an option. But I think in terms of waste management, it's still easier to have flush toilets.
How about the portal in the backyard? Same thing, right?
Still an option as long as you can carve a little moon in there.
Yeah,
So you do that.
on the door, exactly. Mary Ann, you got anything?
Nope.
Anything you want to say about that?
Okay, this is for Mary Ann. If the municipality has to initiate increased drought rates, does the typical domestic user see an increase in their bill, or is it usually similar to, but just purchasing less water? How difficult has it been to persuade a town's commission to approve such an increased fee structure?
Okay, if I'm understanding the question, you're in a drought, the state's in a drought, and you have instituted your drought plan, and you might be in like stage 2 or 3 of the drought, and you're starting to run out of water, so you're basically going to impose a surcharge so that you can cover your costs as your consumers are using less because you're restricting them, right? So the whole theory of a drought rate is to recover that lost revenue during that period of time when you're ratcheting down your customers' use. So yes, there is a surcharge that is applied that is going to make the customer's bill go up a bit, but it should be short-term and temporary related to that drought period. If it's a true drought surcharge or a drought rate, it's not a permanent change in your rate structure. If the question is relating to long-term rates, then I think that's a different question, and I'm not sure that's what was envisioned here. But I want to use this opportunity to address something that came up during the Hebron discussion, which is, what if the town is kind of not only in a drought, but really kind of sort of out of water? So I mentioned that I sat on the Lake Arrowhead Community Services District Board, which was a 7,000 connections system, 7,200 connections, roughly 10,000 people, full-time residents. And we were hit with a state order that actually limited what water we could take from our main water supply, which was a reservoir of Lake Arrowhead. And suddenly we did not have enough water even for existing residents. We ended up having to buy imported water that was extraordinarily expensive and pump it 6,000 feet up into the air at great energy cost. So the water district, this is an unincorporated community, right, no planning and zoning. So the water district imposed a building moratorium, said, that's it, no building permits. And the town went nuts. It went, that could have been another reason I didn't win re-election. Again, I was the tie-breaking vote on that one too. And the way we got around that, and the way, you know, I think communities in this situation can get around it, is to, if you're going to allow new development in that circumstance, is have the development come in and be water neutral. That is, if the development is made as efficient as possible with the latest fixtures and recycled water and all kinds of things, and your new potable water draw will be very small. And you can offset that by doing conservation off-site and other parts of the community, and then your level, your demand still stays level. Your water supply is still staying level. So having been burnt in this Lake Arrowhead experience, when I went to the Alliance for Water Efficiency, I thought we should come up with a process for how a community can do that. So again, on our website, there's a program called NetBlue. You can also get to it by typing www.net-blue.org. And what it is a model planning and zoning ordinance that you can customize to your community that will require new development to come in for however period of time you determine. Maybe it's forever, maybe it's for a defined period, but they have to bring the water to the table. They have to be water neutral in their development. And in conjunction with this model ordinance, we also have an offset methodology where you can calculate, well, if it's going to be toilets, how many toilets do you have to you know, consider funding and replacing, and or if it's money to the town's conservation program that will do that offset for you, what do you have to pay for that offset? So all of those tools are on that website, including consumer information that you can give to your customers. Because if I'm a customer that's on a restriction, maybe it's a 1 day a week restriction, maybe I can't water my lawn at all anymore because it's that bad, and I see new development going down the street with 300 homes going into subdivision, I'm not going to be happy. And believe me, those people did show up at our hearings. So this is a strategy for dealing with that situation, which may or may not be temporary in your community, but it can also delay into the future the need for new capacity development if your demand is not growing.
If I could just pick up something there. One of the things I see a lot with small systems, they don't do a lot of demand forecasting. And when they do it, it's not always as sophisticated as the big systems, partly because they don't have the resources. But I mentioned this survey I just worked on in Massachusetts. We met with mostly small to medium systems. And it surprised me. We asked every system, are you seeing a reduction in your indoor demand, particularly in your residential from plumbing codes? Everyone said, oh yeah, yes. And you know, some of them are grumbling about it. And then I said, well, are you forecasting that continuing reduction? You know, are you factoring that into your forecast? All of them said no. And you know, this is where we get into, well, are you planning accurately for your future needs? Are you going to overbuild? How is this going to affect your revenue? So on a very basic level, I see a real need for just good forecasting skills, development on the part of particularly small and medium systems. And with those skills to really look at the impact of these codes and standards, because again, you may not have a conservation program, but it is affecting you. And I do a lot of demand forecasting, particularly for large utilities, and again, they have the resources to have this kind of work done, but they care a lot about it, because when you have a large system, particularly with a lot of domestic residential use, this is having an impact on your capital facilities planning, and of course your revenues and rates.
So I wanted to add to that. One of the things that we are thinking about at the state level and under the state water plan is obviously implementation of water conservation. So that means a lot. There's a lot to that conversation. And so I would like to leave, selfishly, would like to leave here today with a few action items for additional thoughts. One is to further explore Water Sense, the Water Sense standard, that program, better understand it. What is its meaning? How could it be implemented? The next one is private wells, and what David had brought up, David Knopf, local health, and the experience of wanting to drill irrigation wells and how to work on that. The next item would be this, and there's a lot of municipalities in the room, is the rate impact, and Marianne, you spoke a lot, of that. In Connecticut, we have the different rate structure oversight, where Pura, and Jack was here this morning, oversees the large privately held utilities like Aquarian and Connecticut Water, Torrington Water. There's only about 8 or 9 of them left in Connecticut, but they are the bigger systems primarily. But there are a lot of medium-sized municipal systems where they're probably sitting in the audience saying, oh, this is great. So you're going to take more revenue out of my pocket, and how do we deal with that? And I think that's that's reality. I think municipal systems might be sitting there saying, I can't lose any more money. How do we deal with this? I think that's something we need to talk further about.
Well, they don't have to lose money. It depends on how that rate structure is put together, and it should always, I mean, the basic principle is that the utility develops a revenue requirement, and then you have to raise the rates or change the rate structure so that you raise the funds to meet the revenue requirement. And if you're always meeting your revenue requirement, you're okay, right? Because your revenue requirement is based on meeting your costs. So that's still going to have to always be the goal, is to meet the revenue requirement. It is going to mean, though, that we have to help communities rearrange their rates and raise them.
So how do we get started on that in Connecticut?
We could do some workshops. We could work directly with municipalities on this. I mean, this is an important issue. We want the municipalities and the water utilities to thrive and to be able to build systems and maintain systems according to all the regulations that you have in the health for them. So that will require that their revenue sources be stable, and that's important. But I do want to underscore also that fixture replacement is consistently proven to be really good savings, predictable savings that don't change over time. And I am sure that in a state like this, that we've got lots of high flow fixtures that could be replaced very effectively and cost effectively.
I think that's an agenda item for our next sustainability meeting.
Yes.
Okay? Cool.
Yeah.
All right. This one's for Amy and Lori. Okay. If possible, please comment on the effect of conservation on water quality. Less water used means lower turnover in storage tanks and higher disinfection byproducts. What kind of trend do you see? Thank you.
So let me guess, is this from one of my staff? Maybe. Alex, thank you for that question. It's true.
Chlorine residual.
Right. I really thank you for that question, because we talk a lot about water conservation, but we've also been talking in our shop and in the drinking water section, water quality wise, we've been talking a lot about Legionella. We've been talking about the lead and copper rule after Flint, Michigan. One of the challenges that we are seeing in a water quality trend by our larger systems across the state is an increase in disinfection byproducts, not just in one area, but in many, many areas, because the Safe Drinking Water Act rule changed. It is now focusing in on looking for exactly where this could be hiding, and when you test there, you will find it. When there's no water demands or water turnover, you're going to find some water quality challenges, and we're starting to see those trends. So one of the things that we're going to start to do is work with the systems that we're seeing, and it's many systems. There's probably 10 or 12 systems now that are surface water supplies where we're seeing the disinfection byproducts creeping up, if not just getting close to the MCL, maximum contaminant level. So that is a challenge. When we talk about, we can never forget about the impact on water quality. It is so very important to think about them together. Water needs to move. Water needs to move through pipes. The challenge with Legionella is that water, in particular, where people are most compromised, hospitals and nursing homes, there's challenges there. Even when you have chlorinated water, you still have Legionella bacteria. So there's the challenge always under the Safe Drinking Water Act of the future. And I always say this business never gets easier or simpler. It gets much more complicated as time goes on. So we thank you for the question, because it's a really important issue.
Absolutely. I think this is an area where we frankly need more money to do research in this area. I know the NSF International is going to be looking at cooling towers. In fact, I spoke with them last week, and I think they're going to be talking with you this week, because that's a vector, obviously, for Legionella. On the other side, I would say one of the things we need more quantification of is what are the benefits of, for example, reducing our irrigation and how that reduces lawn chemicals, pesticides, herbicides, et cetera, and how does that affect our water quality? I think that's something we really need to look at and I think would be very beneficial. We talked a little bit about this at lunch about, sort of what kind of a research protocol might be developed for that. But this is something which we've been talking about for many years, but has yet to really happen. An old statistic from the EPA that I think, we apply 10 times more chemicals on a lawn, per acre of lawn than we do on farms. That's an old number, but I think this is something which we need to take stock of. I'm also thinking, when we look at our summertime demands, which sometimes can increase, double, or triple or more, we look at contaminants like PFAS and other problems we're having. Well, if we reduce the outdoor demands and those intense pumping requirements we have during the summertime, in some places might we slow down the infiltration of some contaminants that are coming into our system. I don't think we're going to stop them, but might we slow the rate of which they're entering and causing problems. So anyway, those are just really rough ideas, but again, I think we have yet to take stock, to quantify and really identify all these benefits, but also some of the problems we may have with water efficiency in terms of quality.
So I'd like to just ask everybody in the audience, how are you working in a system where you have to do a lot more system flushing than you ever had to before? How many of you are affected by that? So when you're flushing all that water down into the storm drain, you are showing the customer that you're actually flushing the same amount of water you might be asking them to conserve on their lawn. This becomes a public relations problem. And you have to flush, right? Because you have to pull that chlorine residual through, but the customer doesn't understand why that's happening. And so this is an area that we're all spending a lot of time looking into, because we need to come up with solutions for those utilities that do need to do increased amount of system flushing. We do know now that there are trucks that can actually reinsert the water back into the system so that the water is not completely lost, but it's an expensive process. It's not something small to medium utilities can afford. So this is a concern. Our pipes have been oversized for larger flows that are now dwindling, so everything's moving slower into the system. When I went to work at Regional, we were telling people, you always have 24 hours of a chlorine residual once it gets through your customer meter. But we're not finding that's true anymore. And we're seeing Legionella outbreaks in green buildings that have very low potable water draw. And that's becoming a health issue. So now all of a sudden it's being perceived that water conservation not only reduces our revenue, but it's a public health problem. So these are issues we're very concerned about.
And not only from not flushing, okay, but when you don't flush, okay, you don't exercise valves. A lot of times you get into a situation, now you get a leak in the system and your valves aren't working properly because of that. So it's a, as you say,
yeah.
We can get into. All right, we got one more question for to wrap up here. This is from Mary Ann and Amy. It says, I work for a water utility with growing excess capacity, and in near and long-term forecasts of declining demand. How might more comprehensive and aggressive conservation programs provide financial benefits to the utility and its customers in the long term?
Well, are you a wastewater utility as well, or are you just a water supply utility? If you're a wastewater utility as well, it's entirely possible you're going to have wastewater capacity issues that may or may not be helped by water conservation. On the East Coast, we find that the conservation benefit often pencils out better for wastewater capacity and wastewater treatment expansion than it does for the water supply part of it. New York City's program was a wastewater-driven program. They put in how many toilets in Manhattan? I mean, it was
over 1 million.
Yeah, and they spent $60 million to save 280. So that's where some of that benefit comes. So it depends on your total system analysis of how that would work.
I guess if I had a system that had, quote, excess capacity, wells, reservoirs, whatever, I guess, I would look to my economic development team how I might take advantage of that, or, provide that water to a neighboring community now or later which might need it. One of the growing industries in this country are data centers, which use a ton of water. Some of them are recycling it, but I guess that's my quick answer is that, again, I mean, oftentimes I see water efficiency programs create economic development opportunities. So if I had an excess capacity, again, I would look for ways I could take advantage of that supply and help my community.
Awesome. Laura, you want to jump in on that one?
No. Surprisingly.
Surprisingly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're getting down to the end of time here, and we want to thank everyone for coming. We hope you found this day informational, informative. I want to thank our speakers. Yes, Ms. Mary Ann Hickinson, okay, Amy Vickers, Laurie Matthew, okay, David Rapka, Professor Radka's in the room, Susan Bransfield, we have Mr. Jeff Ehrlich, and I'm going to run down the list here as far as that goes. Scott, Jeff Ehrlich, we have also on the workforce development side, Mr. Ray Burrell, Mr. Ted Norris, and Annie Tierney, and David Knopf, and all of you, okay? If you have any questions, I think, Marianne, Lori and I, and Marianne, these guys attend our meetings, if not in person, by phone. So if you want to get involved in the Sustainability Committee, please email me, email Lori. Our emails are up on the screen. We would love to have participation from all of you. And again, we'd like to bring more people into our orbit, so to speak. We're going to start working on more environmental issues. And I think my goal for that, I don't know about you, Lori, but my expectations for today's event are far exceeded what I thought we would do. So.
Right, I would agree. I told Dave many times when I walked up to this building, well, when I drove down this road, I said, wow, this is amazing for a water conference. Then when I got out of the car and walked over here into these buildings, I said, this is unbelievable. So, and then I see you here, and you've been here since 6:30 setting up with your team of people, and it's been an amazing day for a water conference to focus with amazing people. Again, I couldn't even imagine that when we started talking about this that we could get Marianne and Amy to come here and spend all day with us. You don't realize in the audience how lucky we are to have these two experts, and they are known across the country, across the world. We want to move forward. And there's so much to do. There's so many things to focus on. And I echo what Dave said. If you're out there and you're interested in this committee, please join it. It's not just water utilities. It's a host of variety of stakeholders. So, and they're interesting conversations and a lot of work to do.
Yes, and we have Jessica Leclerc here from Sustain Connecticut. We're going to be, again, more people that we get in the audience to come in. Also, the evaluation forms are on your tables. Your CEUs, okay, are in the back, okay, when you leave, as far as that goes. David, go ahead. What do you?
My question is, when's the next committee meeting?
We will decide that this week.
Oh.
Okay, can I do that? Our goal, or my goal, okay, in lieu of the success of what we had, what we envisioned today and experienced today, I would like to do another workshop, and at the very least get this to be a semi-annual event, and hopefully as we go forward, maybe a quarterly event, to where we can address all the resiliency, sustainability issues on everybody's plate, because I think everybody has issues in one way, shape, or form, and the more we can bring that to the table and talk and open up these dialogues, okay, the better off we're all going to be as far as that goes. So thank you very much for coming. I certainly do appreciate everybody's thoughtful questions. I think your questions were awesome. Again, I want to reach out. Thank you, Mr. Donnie Snyder is in the room. He co-sponsored the lunch this afternoon. Donnie, thank you. Donnie is sitting in right here in town. Great support of the section. Again, also Mr. Roman Longo, who is our executive director for the Connecticut section, did all the behind-the-scenes work, developing, working with the St. Clements folks. And again, a nice round of applause for the St. Clements folks here. They did a great job. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And again, the CEUs are back there on the table and fill out your evaluations. Thank you for coming.